Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you all are having a good afternoon. Welcome, hey Coney Richter, hey Mac, hey Nick Costa. Oh, sorry, let me mute my stream real quick. Okay, so, alright, welcome guys. There is a lot to talk about. So if you guys are not aware, there was a dev Q&A late last night. I tried pretty hard to find a VOD or a video of the actual Q&A. We're gonna have to settle for the patch note or the summary note that I found on Reddit. Shout out to So Bad Strange for being on top of that, because without him I would not be able to do this stream, because Ironmace does not save their VODs, or doesn't really. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, we don't have access to that as far as I can tell. If anyone has access to the Q&A, feel free to send it to me, but we're gonna have to make do with the notes. But I did read through the notes, and SoBad did a pretty good job from what I can tell of, informing us of what's going on, so it's really not that big of a deal. We'll get everything we need out of it, I would say. Alright, so some big changes are coming. We're just going to kind of read through this, and we'll kind of discuss some of the bigger changes as we go. One of the most interesting changes that I saw, a little bit of a spoiler, I guess. I don't know if you guys saw, Rogue is getting wall climbing, apparently, and they're also going to get Shadow Step to teleport. I don't know how the hell that's going to work in the game. I could not tell you, but yeah, they're apparently trying to do some very crazy things. So, what is the upcoming arena end of season event? Will uniques be allowed? So there's been a lot of speculation, talks about what is going to happen for arena. Even though I'm not personally an arena player, I know a lot of you are, and arena is, for some of you, like the main part of like basically what Dark and Darker is to you. So if you're wondering, artifacts are going to be allowed in arena starting on April 20th. So if you guys have any artifacts or you want to preemptively prepare an artifact kit, this is a decent time to do it. I don't know if it's going to get more or less expensive once the date comes, and I'll explain that, like, why. It'll be open all the way until the day before wipe, so it will be a full week event, not just the weekend. So between the 20th and 27th, you'll be able to play Artifact Arena. So the reason I'm not sure if it's going to be better to build your kits now or later is they're going to double the artifact rate. So I guess my understanding is all sources, so bosses, gold pile, etc. Everything should be doubled. So on one side, if artifacts are doubled, they should get cheaper, obviously, because there's going to be more supply. But at the other side, the flip side, just because the artifact rate is doubled, if more people need artifacts, if everybody's going for arena, also with artifact arena in the game, it's more likely that most people that are playing Dark and Darker are going to be in arena, not in dungeon. So even though they're doubling the artifact rate, it is possible that we end up seeing an increase in artifact price regardless. So I don't know. If I'm a gambling man. If it was me, if I was going to play arena, like if I wanted to plan for it, I would probably buy my artifact now, not later. Because I think it's, even though it's doubled, I think there's going to be less people in dungeon to play and just less artifacts total. There's also going to be a big boost to hunting loot drop rates for questing. This will be especially useful for Tears of Volcano, which will need 10 of those. So Tears of Volcano is the item that drops from the, oh my god, I forget his name, the Fire Colossus? Yeah, that's it. In Goblin Caves Hell. that boss drops this. It's a pretty rare drop chance. I think it's like 10% or something like that. A lot of people have been complaining that Tears of Volcano is such a rare and expensive item, and you need 10 of them for a cosmetic quest, which is a little bit absurd. So apparently they're going to increase the drop rates of that. If you don't have the Tears of Volcano done yet, I would recommend waiting to buy them because they're probably going to decrease in price quite a lot. So, yeah, just something to keep in mind. There will also be a massive boost to adventure ranks so players can get demigod at end of season. If you're still not demigod at this point, it's not too hard of a grind, I think, already. But if you don't have it yet at all, hopefully this will kind of push you to easily reach that and be done with it. Okay, so the really big, well, some of the really big changes. Will we see new perks on classes like Ranger and Rogue? We promised in Season 8 that both of these classes will receive new perks. Our strategy for the 3-month seasons will be to make gradual improvements and more predictable hotfixes. Rogue and Ranger will be getting the new perks and skills for Season 9. Season 10 will feature more classes getting new perks and skills as well. We were thinking Bard and Warlock for that season. This will help refresh the older content as well. So something interesting, I mean, I don't, it's not really interesting, but just something I want to mention. It feels like every time Ironmace gives us a set date for something, it usually gets delayed. I don't know about you fellas, but every single time it seems like we're supposed to get something. I mean, I could go down the laundry list. We could go to like the meme stuff like Quiver and Wands. But we were supposed to get the Rogue and Ranger update halfway through this current season. So it feels like everything is getting delayed by a lot. And I do want to bring up this mention here because it's impossible. I don't have the video. But I mentioned this on stream the other day. And I'm a little bit worried about it, to be honest. This right here. Where's it at? I can't believe doing all these things has got to be that slow, but at least things are going in the right direction. Right here. Terry slipped that they are working with very limited resources. We already knew SDF moved on to a new game, but this pretty much confirmed they stripped away a lot of dad capacity. I said last week, when SDF announced his new game title, that the biggest worry that I had was that SDF is going to take valuable resources away from Dark and Darker in favor of his shiny new toy, which is his new game. And I wish I had the VOD so I could watch this clip myself. But if this is true, and Terry did say that they're working on limited resources, that all but confirms my suspicions of what I already thought was going to happen, which is really bad for the game. So early, Dark and Darker is still early access, and there is like this big joke that early access titles stay in early access forever. The fact that Ironmace / SDF is willing to sink resources away from an early access game, which is Dark and Darker, and move their resources over to this other game that SDF is making, I will be honest, it is a very bad sign. If this is true, it is really bad for the game, because what that tells me is updates are going to slow, and the game is going to become into a more of a feeling of a maintenance mode game, where like we're still going to see some updates here and there, but we're not going to see the level of updates that we otherwise would if SDF was not stripping resources away. No. Yeah, so again, I don't know. I don't know if I'm not like trying to like doom and gloom the game or anything, but this is a very worrying statement, and I just thought it was worth mentioning. You watched Laura's video on it this morning? Oh no, I mean it's fine. This overview is perfectly fine. The only thing I actually wanted was the actual Q&A. If you have a video of the Q&A, I'll take it, but I don't care about other like creator videos because this is perfectly fine. It's a Reddit statement you take it with heavy skepticism, perhaps, but I already mentioned before that I thought it was very likely that SDF was going to take resources away from Dark and Darker. So if Terry said they're working on limited resources, like it's like everything's kind of being put together, you know? If I had the suspicions already that it was going to happen, and I'm seeing possible evidence that shows that it might be happening, and not to mention AOD, we have physical evidence that's showing that updates are not coming out as fast as they were supposed to. Monk got delayed, again. Ranger and Rogue rework perks were supposed to release a month and a half ago, and they never came out, or maybe a month ago. So stuff is already getting delayed for this season. So regardless of that Reddit comment, you can just look at it with your own eyes and clearly see that Ironmace's development updates are being delayed. And is it a coincidence that stuff is being delayed for this season? It's not like Ironmace gave a super long drawn out roadmap. They just told us a few months ago that we were going to get this content soon. And then Ironmace has just completely failed to deliver that. And it makes me think that it's really ultimately SDF's fault, because I think he's taking resources away from Dark and Darker, and it's why we're getting delayed patches, or delayed, like, content in the game. I think that is the case, personally. So anyway, some of the new perks and skills will be on the same level as Whirlwind. Some of it will be overtuned for sure. A few of the implemented items work mechanically, but the production polish is still needed, which will occur over time. Rogues will get wall climbing, and this could break the game. I have a feeling that similar to the start of last season, since stuff was completely broken and like Whirlwind Barb was just kind of breaking the game, I have no doubt personally that we are going to see some of the new perks and skills that do release in a completely broken state. Ironmace is not really known for being able to release new content in a balanced state. You can see that with both PvE from Fire Colossus, which was nearly unkillable at times, and then also see it with perks and skills. Again, Whirlwind is a good example of that, where it's just obviously was pretty broken. And then you also have other skills like Finishing Blow, for example, that is still completely useless. So Ironmace's like eye for balance on that stuff has always been kind of not great. So I'm this doesn't surprise me at all. When Monk? Yeah, that's a great question. I think I read it somewhere. I don't know where it is, but apparently maybe season 11. A long time from now. That's true, and Envoy went from heavy changes every week to steady, slow changes now, and they announced they were done with heavy testing. So you think we're in line with what they said? You think people forget last season's we had update cycles that changed stats back and forth? I mean, that is true. And don't get me wrong, AOD. This season, we have gotten updates that have been overall higher quality than previous seasons. Like, quality as in, I think the updates made more sense for the game than they did before. But I still think what I said has some merit. You know, if you say that you're going to release Rogue and Ranger perks halfway through the season, and then at the same time you mention that you're going to make a new game, and then your stuff starts getting delayed, it seems like you can kind of just put two and two together to see that, oh, well, gee, why is the content being delayed? Is it because Ironmace was a little bit over, like, you know, were they biting off more than they could chew? Like, was the content never going to be ready no matter what they did? Or is it because SDF is taking resources from Dark and Darker and they're working on less, like, total developers and they're having a hard time meeting the quotas that were originally set from Ironmace, you know? So that's really what I'm trying to figure out, but there's no way I can really know that answer. You know, this is all speculation at this point. I can only work with what I can see. So I can only go with what I see from, like, the updates we're getting and what SDF has said. Hey, the game will die before Monk hits? So we've had this conversation a few times on stream. I don't think Dark and Darker can die unless a competitor releases that is legitimately able to take players away from the game. I don't think it's possible. Because if you think about it, what other game can you play that's like Dark and Darker on Steam right now? The answer is none. There is not a single melee / medieval extraction game on the market that is anywhere near similar to Dark and Darker. Every other game that has tried to copy / mimic Dark and Darker has been either garbage or it was poorly updated and ended up dying because it wasn't supported properly. And I think it is very likely the reason that the player pop has even managed to stay as high as it has. Because it's not a secret that Dark and Darker's player pop has dropped by 90%, right? It's not like this is news to you. But regardless of that, I think it's very possible that if Dark and Darker had a legitimate competitor that was melee-focused extraction that wasn't a complete pile of shit, I think it is way more likely that Dark and Darker's player pop would have fallen or would fall even further than it would have otherwise. So yeah, that's kind of all I got. Where can you find the Dugogok? I found it on Reddit. I can link it to you. Here, I'll put it in chat if you want to see it. Yeah, so 330 movement speed, like, gear meta is gone because of the agility nerf. Well, part of the agility nerf, also because speed rolls are not a thing. So the more important thing is, well, yeah, the thing about 330 MS, the way to reach it now is more skill-based. So things like Rage, Ambush with Rogue, Adrenaline Rush, Sprint, stuff like that. Anything that enables movement speed, that's the way that most people hit movement speed cap. They don't usually hit it with base gear. Usually. Hey, Mountainside, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. YouTube Media pumping out Marathon Doomsday videos. I have never played Marathon. I don't know anything about that game. If there's Doomsday about that game, I'm not aware of it. But creators will make Doomsday content about any game. I saw a Doomsday video about Arc Raiders, which I think is ridiculous, considering how popular of a game that was, and still is, you know. However, I think, given the circumstances of Dark and Darker, it's definitely been warranted that there's been some Doomsday of revolving this game. I mean, you can just look at SDF's past history of the way he updated the game, like removing solos and duos from the game, just as, like, one example, to, you know, clearly show that this game has definitely had some very questionable updates, and I think it's been pretty reasonable to be worried about the future. So anyway, a lot of streamers and players hate rogue invisibility, especially paired with silence. I'm surprised this is targeted at streamers. Whenever I talk about rogue invisibility, it seems like 8 out of 10 people, maybe more than 8 out of 10, generally seem to agree that rogue invisibility is not good for the game. It doesn't feel good to get landmined, and it's also very boring gameplay to get forced into as a rogue. Like, if I play rogue, I shouldn't feel like I'm forced into playing a invis landmine style, because quite frankly, it's just not fun. Which is why I've been asking for rogue to get revamped and balanced with new skills and perks that will work to basically overtake what invisibility currently is. But it does say players too, so maybe it was just like a general thing. Again, So Bad Strange wrote this, so I don't know exactly how he translated it or if they said this specifically, but regardless, I'm not surprised to see both of these here. Rogue will be getting a big revamp. Rogue will get Shadow Step, for example. I did mention that on stream, I think yesterday, right? Where I talked about Rogue apparently being rumored to get revamped / invisibility removed, but I said it was like a rumor that I heard from other creators. So I guess this confirms it. So good to know. Paul's personal goal for this season was to balance the movement speed meta. He made a lot of headway into that, and he would like to balance the range versus melee damage. I think Dark and Darker has always struggled with balancing melee versus range. I cannot remember the last time that I played Dark and Darker where range was not either broken or complete ass. It's usually one or the other. Very rarely in Dark and Darker's life cycle has range and melee ever felt truly balanced, you know? Because there's definitely been metas where melee was completely oppressive, like buff ball barb, for example, where bards would like buff barb and then they would just run in and kill everything, and like range didn't really matter as much. Then we've also had metas where, you know, rangers hitting you with one arrow shot and you're losing half your health or more. You know, it's always something in this game, I think. The balance team is trying to look into limiting the insane burst of certain things like Bardiche or Windlass. I'm surprised they use Bardiche as the example. I don't know about you guys. I mean, don't get me wrong. Bardiche is a very good weapon. But when I think of a melee weapon that gives way too much burst, I think of Halberd. I think by far, Halberd is the most busted melee weapon in the game. It has insane reach. It has one of the best parries in the game with a giant block hitbox. And the damage is like 60 damage. I don't know. I don't really consider Bardiche more broken or less broken. Or yeah, I don't consider Bardiche more broken than Halberd. You think they both are? I would be fine if both of them got... Honestly, you know what really, like, a big part of it is, I think? It's the movement speed changes they made for the season, where two-handed weapons can swing and maintain speed a lot easier. And when they did that change, the two-handed weapons weren't really modified. They actually got stronger because they have, like, a super good parry block. So two-handed weapons maybe are overshadowing other weapons a little bit. I wouldn't mind if all two-handed weapons maybe got, like, a slight update / nerf. Generally, it does feel like sometimes, like, I get hit by one two-handed weapon and, like, 80% of my health just vanishes out of thin air. So that definitely does happen every once in a while. Even from the magical damage shined, range overall seems a bit overtuned, and so in Season 10, we want it to be focused as a risk versus reward ratio. High damage should only appear if you're risking a lot to achieve that. I've been saying for a long time that I think range should be secondary to melee. Not that I want melee to just be strictly better, but more in that I want fights to be more melee and range, like, combined. Like, I want a ranger to be able to, like, get pod shots off with their bow, but not feel like their bow is hitting you for half your HP. Like, maybe the bow is doing enough damage to soften for PvP, and then ranger's, like, capable of, like, meleeing the other player, whatever. I've always felt that having any range damage insta-kill you kind of defeats the entire purpose of what Dark and Darker is supposed to be. I don't know about you fellas, but I think the most fun fights in Dark and Darker are long, drawn-out fights. I'm talking, you know, like, you hit each other with some range, maybe you go in for melee, you back up, and then, like, you kind of rinse and repeat a few times. Something along those lines. The least fun fights in Dark and Darker is when you run in, you get hit one time by a Bardiche, a Halberd, a Warmaul, you name it. You get hit once, and you lose 80% of your health, and you're already dead. Like, the game is over. I would love to see the fight slow down with longer time to kill. They started going towards that with higher armor overall for most players. Like, it's very easy to reach, like, 40 PDR. And also increasing the health a little bit. But I think it's still too high. I personally have the most fun in Dark and Darker when my fights take a while. Hey Papa Kush, welcome. Hey Anda, welcome. They said most rangers that are one-shotting Abyss. So are they saying rangers one-shotting in norms? Anda, I don't think this is a conversation specifically geared towards HR or normals. I think it's just a general broad statement on what Ironmace thinks of range in general, if that makes sense. I don't think they're talking about risk of your gear. They're just talking about, like, well, I guess it is your gear, but it doesn't matter what you're wearing, like blue or purple or legendary. They're just saying, generally speaking, they want range to feel more balanced and to feel like if you're gonna do a lot of range damage, you're putting yourself in harm's way, not sitting across the map with a longbow, hitting someone for half their health. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think maybe you're misunderstanding what they're saying a little bit. At least that's how I'm reading it. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, because, you know, we're reading the same thing, so. But that's how I'm personally seeing what they're saying. Magic should be the best ranged. You know, I will say, considering how fast bows can shoot, it does sometimes feel like Ranger is basically a magic user, but better. Granted, the Ranger does have to hit their shots, but man, does it feel so terrible when you're fighting a Ranger. I'm telling you, they'll hit one longbow headshot, and you'll lose 40% of your health. Maybe more. And at that point, like, the fight feels hopeless. If you lose 40% of your health in one shot or more, it feels like the fight's already done, man. I mean, at that point, you're fighting at such a health deficit. It's tough to come back from. And of course, like, Longbow Ranger is so risk-free in that you can be at such long distances and still pelt with arrows. In team modes as well, I imagine it's kind of annoying. Alright. Anyway, where do we leave off? Let's see. Ranger will be receiving things like Overdraw and Explosive Arrow. Rangers can become a magic damage user now with this skill, allowing for more customization and gear choices. There are some crazy stuff as well, but we don't want to get into that until it's developed a bit more. Magic damage user Ranger, huh? Alright, we'll have to wait and see how those go. Oh, someone asked about Shadow Step as well. So Shadow Step is apparently going to be a new rogue skill that allows you to teleport. That's what they said, at least. Well, I don't know if you guys know this. I'm guessing you don't. Ironmace was talking about releasing magic arrows for Ranger like 3 years ago or 2 years ago. They said they were going to give Ranger like fire arrow, ice, like a bunch of different like effect types. That got scrapped or at least delayed like crazy. So we kind of knew this was coming. It was just, it's been so long since they talked about it, I kind of figured they just gave up. Ice Arrow was like 2 years ago. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's been quite a while. All right, Season 10 will feature some new... Yeah, let's talk about Season 10. There will be a rework of Inferno. This will feature a new demon boss as well. We want it to feel more like the playtest with Sulfur and Burning. We want to be passionate about this change, so we are excited to bring forth a ton of fire and a badass boss. It will feel more like an Inferno. It'll look and feel much different than now. So it looks like next season is going to be heavily focused on updating Inferno, the look and the mobs and all that stuff. We want movement to matter more in Inferno, so you aren't getting caught on everything. The demonic style of Inferno will also feature new monsters, and we want it to have a whole different vibe. There would be a new sub-boss and underlings as well. Some of the current monsters and sub-bosses will receive a visual touch-up to fit the new style. We'll start off by revamping a lot of the current modules. That way, player knowledge will still apply to 80% of the map, and then we throw stuff and create new ones. Ghost King will still be there, but the demon boss will be the new big bad. So there you go. Inferno's going to see some updates as well. It looks like bosses and mini-bosses, enemies in general. You know what bothers me a little bit? Oh, also, wait, this is Season 10, not Season 9? So this is not next season. I misread this. In my mind, I was thinking they would talk about the next season. So this is for the following season. This is going to be 4+ months in advance. FYI, since I misread it. Shoot, what was I going to say before I read that? I don't remember. If I remember, I'll tell you. There was something I was going to say. But yeah, we'll get to get that later. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to mention your comment, Richter. So, Firedeep, I think the majority of the community agrees that the Firedeep map is extremely underwhelming. Most people do not... It's a very unpopular map. The loot feels bad. The map feels claustrophobic. There's a lot of mobs that are very annoying to fight. The boss isn't really fun. They buffed him multiple times to the point where people just didn't really feel like fighting him anymore. He was really tanky for a while. His end zone mechanic is kind of just an unfun stat check. There's a lot of issues on that map. What bothers me is that Ironmace is apparently working on Inferno. Meanwhile, Firedeep is in a horrible state. So I'm hoping that we don't just get left with this current Inferno, because all that means is that Inferno is just going to be a useless map for the foreseeable future, which would be really unfortunate because I've been waiting for a red portal to Goblin Caves for a long time, and we finally got it, but it was terrible. It's just really, I don't know how else to put it. It's just really bad, man. Firedeep was a failure. It really was. It sucks. So hopefully they I don't know. I hope they do something with that before they just go off and forget about it. Because this makes me feel like they're already forgetting about Fire Deep. Will Quest be time-gated, locking us down for another season? Before I read this, I just want to give you my own personal opinion on Quest time-gating. I hate it. For me personally, if we're going to have 2 weeks of SSF, that to me means that we should have access to crafting, like basically from the get-go. What is the point of SSF if everything is locked away behind quests that are not unlocked yet? You know, if you can't craft Cobalt or Ruby Silver, if you can't craft any of that stuff, what is even the point of not having a marketplace? The whole point of SSF is to be able to be self-proficient and craft your own stuff. And I feel that Ironmace, it's a huge, like, it's like a big missed opportunity that all the quests are locked until so late in the season to the point that everything is, like, the season's already done. For example, they just released unique ring crafting and stuff. That should have been in the game a month ago. You know, by the time, like, these updates are coming out, the game pop is already dwindling super far down because it's the end of season. And most of the content is not as relevant anymore, you know? I want to be able to craft / see crafted items early in the season, not 2 months down the road. Not only that, the questing system is also very boring. It's grindy. It's unfun doing it every single season. This might be a hot take, but I personally miss the old days when you would launch the game and everything was craftable right from the start. Like every single merchant, the armor smith, for example, I could just craft Ruby Silver right off the rip, no crafting required, or no questing required. To me, that was the most fun period of Dark and Darker, because having to do these very grindy long quest chains every 3 months is too much. I think so, at least. So anyway, first of all, the quest gating will still apply. This is a yes or no from us. We cobble together a lot of quests, and our writer is having fun developing more narrative for the quest, and she's having fun with it. Because we are starting to do shorter seasons again, we want at the start, midpoint, and end of the season to feel dramatically different. We do understand some of the pain points players were experiencing in the quests, especially when it comes to merchant affinity and what people unlock by doing quests each week. We changed the Squire a bit for Season 9, so at the start of the wipe and Season Squire, we'll offer all weapons available right out of the gate. So this is at least a good change. The start of last season, poor quality weapons were locked. It was like very silly. You were basically forced to play very specific weapons, or you couldn't play the game. You know, like Barb would have to use like a battle axe or something stupid. So it is nice that we'll have an option there. It's at least a positive change. We want to give players more choice at the start of the playthrough and adventure. It took too long for people to unlock weapons, and they were just poor quality. The other thing that is a big hassle is having to click way too much, and we're going to fix and work on. Yeah, the amount of clicking you have to do is so stupid. Like, here's a good example. Let's say I want to buy meds. I have to go to the alchemist and buy potions. Then I have to go to the surgeon, click twice, once for bandages. So 1, 2, 3, because I have to go to the other green bandages. 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I have to go to the white bandages and then buy more. It takes like 10 separate clicks to buy bandages in this game. Because you have to buy these. You have to buy these, and then you have to go to the white bandages or the gray, and then you have to buy like stacks of these, you know? The amount of unnecessary clicking it takes to do that kind of stuff, quite frankly, is ridiculous, and it's kind of been that way for a long time. Auto sorting we have been working on for a while, and it's just that our stashes are individual compared to Tarkov, which just has one massive stash while scrolling. we had to determine what is it that players even value. To have it sorted in a way that everyone likes it is beneficial to quality of life. Auto sorting would be a big quality of life for Dark and Darker. My stash ultimately every season ends up looking like this. I try to organize. I really did, man. At the start of the season, every time I would get usable gear, I would bring it to each character, and I even like would go to each character and try to like sell on the market and clean up my stash. But eventually, it takes so long to organize. Like this right here, this would probably take me 10 minutes to organize because there's so many random pieces of bullshit in here. And you have to move it one at a time. There's no like mass clicking. I have to click all of these individual items and move it over and over and over again, back and forth. It's not fun. It's boring. It takes too long, and I don't want to do it every season. So eventually, I get to the point where I say, fuck it. I'll just let the game wipe my stash, and I'm not going to organize anymore. It's too much. Call me lazy if you want, but it's too much for me. We're trying to release things the second we develop it instead of waiting season to season. A search function, for example, would be easy for us. We just need to know what players want. Well, I will tell you, Ironmace, what I want is a button that lets me auto sort that organizes based on meds and gear. So if I hit auto sort right here, I want all of the meds to organize in a row. So like red pots, maybe like all the pots go, then all the bandages go, then maybe like the miscellaneous items like poison vials, frannies, flowers, stuff like that. And then maybe you start organizing like the ore or all the other junk, the craftables. Maybe add the troll's blood and meds, and then do weapons and armor. And like do it in some kind of order like that. Just make it enough to where it is more easily accessible to like swap stuff over. Oh, another thing they needed to do. Another thing that's like really annoying. If you want to move gold from a gold coin bag, do you guys know how you have to do it? You have to take like this gold coin chest. You have to... Here, I'll just show like an example. So I'll buy a singular gold coin bag. So let's say I have... Let's say I have 100 gold coin bags, okay? 100 of these. And I want to move the gold into my gold coin chest. How do you do it? Can you right-click the gold into your chest? No, you can't do that. Is there a way to, like, automatically sort it in? Can you drag the chest onto the gold coin bags? No, you can't do that either. You know how you have to do it? You have to individually move and drag every gold coin bag into the chest over and over again until you're out of gold coin bags. It is the most frustrating system. It is like, it's very, very cumbersome how you have to move this stuff. I try my best to not have to ever do it because it's really, really just not fun. So, yeah, stuff like that I would love to see fixed, personally. It's like it's just an example I can give you as to, like, how cumbersome Dark and Darker's inventory stuff is. I have seen some people make the suggestion to just make it like other games, like Arc Raiders, for example, where you just have a gold like number at the top of your stash and you don't have like bags. I personally wouldn't be opposed to it. I think this system is I just don't think Ironmace has done very well to make this system work proper, like work the way that most of us want it to. So either Ironmace needs to make the system more intuitive and, you know, easier to use for the player base, or just scrap the entire thing, one or the other. Yeah, I know, Loco. I'm aware. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the reason that a lot of this stuff has probably been neglected as well is because, yeah, their coding guy left. Ironmace had one singular guy that knew how to code Dark and Darker. He left the team, so we were left without a gold pouch or a quiver or a backpack for like 2 years. I don't really see why gold coin bags are needed. It's just a needless gold sink. If anything, all it does is take time away from like just playing the game. I would rather have my gold just store. So when I think of it from a new player perspective or just a player perspective in general, if I go to the marketplace and I sell an item for 100,000 gold, and then I have no way to actually take that gold out of the marketplace unless you have a lot of gold storage. That's kind of bad game design if you think about it, right? I mean, can you guys tell me another multiplayer game that has a mechanic like that where it will let you sell something that you'll be unable to retrieve unless you fill your inventory with 1,000,000 individual bags of gold? Stuff like that is very cumbersome, and really, I think it should have been gone a long time ago. Tarkov? Does Tarkov's entire economy revolve around buying expensive gold coin bags to try to make enough space to sell stuff on the market? Because, I mean, you guys remember, right? Spectral coin bags were like 100,000 gold at one point. I guess, granted, it was kind of because of the dupe. But even without the dupe, the bags were still sitting at like 70,000 gold for a while. The amount of money that like storage costs is kind of insane, right? So I have to ask, considering how expensive gold storage is, the games that you're mentioning, Tarkov and Path of Exile, is the entirety of Tarkov and Path of Exile's existence based on buying and selling gold storage? Because that's what Dark and Darker feels like. Most of Dark and Darker's like money swapping, it almost feels like it's a lot spent on just trying to get enough gold storage to play the game. For me personally, at least. Because I've never played Tarkov, so I don't know how storage is in that game. But I personally think it's more fun when you can focus on the buying and selling of gear and valuable items. You know an alternative. If you really like the gold bags of storage, an alternative is to just make them way more common to find. You know, like honestly speaking, should gold coin just really be selling for? Well, they are cheaper now. They were 150,000 gold a while ago, and I think even recently they were like 60 to 80. It's just because it's end of wipe. But should gold coin chests really be selling for this much gold? I don't really know. PoE has a huge inventory issue unless you spend real money. Oh yeah, that is true. Can't you, in Path of Exile, can't you completely remove the inventory issues immediately by just spending money? I think that's true. That's the market though. If not that, then something else will take its place. Well, no, my entire point is that everybody needs gold. Every single player that plays Dark and Darker is required to be able to store gold, because you need gold to buy items on the market and also to retrieve gold that is sold on the market. So unlike every other item in the game, kind of like similar to when people used to buy and sell gold keys and skeleton keys or skull keys, you didn't need skull keys. It was never required. But you do need gold bags. You need these. Like you can't play the game if you don't have bags. So my entire point is that there is an item that is very hard and expensive to get that is required to play the game, and it almost creates a needless gold sink that I feel like just doesn't really feel I don't know, it just doesn't really feel great to me. I think I would be okay with the bags if it wasn't so expensive and hard to get. I don't think gold storage should be like this super expensive item. I feel like gold storage should just be like a natural part of the game, not a, you know, it shouldn't cost me my entire stash to buy some like gold coin chests or spectral bags. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Could just be preference, I guess. How do about repurpose bags to hold gems instead? You know, regardless of gold coin bags, I like that idea. That's actually such a good idea. Let me show you my gem storage. I don't know about you fellas, but gems are super cumbersome. Like, it's very easy to get overwhelmed, and also there's no visual difference between a blue gem, a white gem, and a unique gem. They all have the same exact look. So in order to organize your gems, it's a very long and time-consuming process. How nice would it be if we had a bag that could just store a shit ton of gems, or if they just made the stack size really large in your stash? That would also be okay. Because this is super obnoxious for sure. That's actually a really good idea. I like that a lot. Being able to have bags for gems, that's peak. Because this shit is obnoxious as hell. Tell that to the devs. Yeah, if they listen to me. I don't know. I mean, yeah, if they listen. But yeah, so my whole tangent is not to just tell you that gold coin bags are garbage and they should just be removed from the game. I'm more saying that I think they're just too expensive, and instead of gold storage being for the rich players, because let's be real here, gold coin chests and spectral coin bags are expensive enough that I think the casual / average player might have a hard time collecting them. I feel like gold storage should be for everybody, because gold storage is just kind of a part of the game, you know? I would rather the gold sink be more in lines of gear or stuff like that, not of just like bags. I am in the streamer Discord, yeah. I'm in there. That is another point too, yeah. Bags probably should not cost more gold than it holds, especially when it's like 10 times the cost. Because spectral bags for a while, even before the dupe, were what, like 20 to 30,000 gold. That's a crazy amount of gold, man. It's a lot. So yeah. But yeah, I personally would love to see the gem coin bag. I think that's a really good idea. Oh, let me tell you another idea that I had. What do you guys think about this? Well, actually, no, I don't want to take credit for this. I lied. I saw the idea on Reddit. But I like the idea. How do you guys feel about the ability to scrap items to like workshop, where you can go here and you can scrap your like gear? Like you can scrap whatever for whatever. Imagine if you could scrap those items in dungeon. So let's say you're going around, you're looting chests, instead of seeing a piece of blue gear and you go, oh, that blue gear is garbage, I'm gonna just leave it in the chest. Imagine if you could make use of every item you find, and the people that do looting could scrap as they go, and then collect scrap to build gear when they get back to dungeon. That seems great to me. Also, workshop needs to be cheaper. It's still too expensive. I think the final upgrade for workshop is like 150,000 gold. Personally, I think the workshop should be a mechanic that is tailored towards new / average players, not the high percentage of players. Because of course I can afford the workshop. I mean, I have plenty of gold, right? You guys, that's not the issue. The issue that I have is that I want this game to be welcoming to new players or average players, because that is the lifeblood of this game. If the new players all quit Dark and Darker, there's no game left because it's nothing but the veterans, and eventually your player count just continues to drop until there's no game. So I am pretty much just trying to figure out ways that maybe new players can interact with these systems. And I think a way for a new player to interact with the, you know, the Weaponsmith Forge is maybe not by having to collect wood in singular stacks in your inventory. So it takes like, I don't know, 50 trips of ruins wood farming to collect enough wood. And you also need 150,000 gold on top of it. And that's for one workshop. And there's 4 of them, you know? Honestly, I think there should only be 2 workshops as well. Armor smith and weaponsmith. There should, like, I don't even think leather and tailoring is required. I think you could just let all armor in one workshop, not 4 total, you know? But yeah, I think being able to scrap items in dungeon to allow, you know, to allow some of the more casual player base to interact with this system in a easier manner and be able to kind of just craft random gear for fun, I think that would be a really good idea. Imagine a new item like a pickaxe, or like an axe or pickaxe, which a sledge that you have to hit items on the ground or just chests to hit on the ground to give a different. Oh, so you want an item to scrap items. I don't know if like an item is necessary or not. I guess you could make it an item, but it shouldn't be an expensive item, because then that kind of takes the whole point of the thing away. Like if you require a smithing hammer to dismantle in dungeon, but the smithing hammer is super rare and it costs 2,000 gold, that completely takes the entire point of the system away. It's supposed to be a system that is achievable and usable by new players, or average. That's how I view it, at least. You know, I don't want these systems to only be things that I use. I mean, I don't use them, but I could. But I don't want it to be systems that only people that are as rich as I am to be able to, like, play these, like, do this stuff, you know? I want this stuff to be usable by everybody. Oh. Yeah. So if I can make 1 suggestion or 2 suggestions to the game right now, it would be dismantling in dungeon, and I would make workshops cheaper, and maybe add those gem storage bags. Hard to make new player friendly system that isn't abused by RMT market. How do you figure? How is that abused? If you allow scrapping in dungeon, then you can just store the scrap in your inventory and then take it out with you and then immediately go and craft random gear. I mean, that's as friendly as it gets, really. That's something that every single player can do, because all it requires is opening chests. It's super easy. Imagine dismantling their kits before they can die. There's a fix to that. If you're afraid of people dismantling their own gear, then make it so you can only dismantle looted items not handled. Because your gear is handled, right? That's an easy fix. Make it like the Down Merchant. You know, where you can't store your equipped items when you go down to hell. You can only store looted items. Just make scrapping the same way. Make it so you can only scrap an item if you physically find it. Also, though, you know people can just drop their gear anyway, right? Like, yeah, the dismantling would be kind of annoying if you could do it to your own gear. But at the same time, you know people can drop it on the ground anyway. I've seen people drop their rings in random spots while running away because they know they're going to die anyway. So if people are going to do that, they're going to do it anyway, you know? Same price as pickaxe and axes with higher rarities, giving more chance for each item to give more scrap. I'd be cool with that. Yeah, again, as long as it's not a super expensive item, like similar to pickaxe, that's perfectly fine. Maybe instead of additional item scrap, maybe it just increases the speed that you do it. Since Ironmace already has interaction speed as a stat line. So maybe instead of that, we give, you know, this smithing hammer interaction speed, and then maybe it's like 4 seconds to dismantle an item or something like that. Because that would also stop people from like using it in PvP to completely destroy all their items instantly. So maybe if you're standing up and moving, there's a 4-second timer to dismantle an item, but then if you're sitting down at a campfire, it's instant. Something like that. Why can't we play one-on-one without going in dungeon? I've been asking that for 3 years. Yeah, I used to do Dungeonborn 1v1s because they had an arena. And for some reason, Dark and Darker never adopted that practice. I don't know why. Dungeonborn obviously died and was bad. But at least they had an arena, or like a private mode arena that you could play around in. I would love to see something like that. I'm asking too many complicated codes from Ironmace. Well, Ironmace apparently doesn't have someone that knows how to code, because the only coding guy left the company, right? Does Ironmace have some... Because remember, when they released the Quiver, they even said that they didn't release it the way they wanted to, because the Quiver guy left the coding guy left the company. Whoever, like, knew how the inventory worked, he left. So... you know, I don't know, man. You'd love to see Workshop apply to crafting all items. Can use scrap to make gold coin bags and chests. I don't know if... I feel like just crafting gear is fine. Because, like, I feel like the bags, it makes more sense that it comes from leather. Because, you know, they are, like, they're bags, not, like, gear. So I feel like it makes more sense that it would be crafted from item drops that are based around that. Like, lore-wise, it would make more sense, you know? Is there no VOD from the dev Q&A? I could not find one, unfortunately. I was trying to find one, but I wasn't able to. Is it not Paul? Oh, I don't really know. I don't know what the situation is like in Ironmace's studio at the moment. I'm not sure. Dungeonborn was fun, but yeah, they shit the bed hardcore. They completely ruined that game. Yeah, I looked for a dev Q&A so I didn't have to read this text document, but I wasn't able to find one. Okay. Anyway, where did we leave off? I went on like a kind of a long tangent there, but I thought it was important stuff. Let's see. Ah, here we are. Is there any chance of US East and West being merged? I've made the comment before. I think that a game's death sign is usually when servers start getting merged together, because it says that, you know, there's not enough players anymore to have the servers as is. Like, East and West, I feel like, are such common servers to be separated as well, that this, to me, would show that, like, the game is not doing so well. They did mention, though, that the server is located in Ohio, their central server. And basically, the answer is no. They don't want to do the server merge. So I guess it doesn't really matter. They're not going to do it. But we saw a huge server merge in Dungeonborn just before the game, like, completely shit the bed. So, I don't know. I feel like this is usually a sign that the game is kind of dying. But maybe that's just, maybe that's doom and gloom or something. I don't know. But Ironmace isn't closing the servers, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway. Is there anything in the works to test builds or test damage? You know what? I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'll read that in a second. Be right back. If they're removing OC, you're out. I don't think they're removing OC, are they? I haven't seen anything about that personally. You know, I'm a little bit worried about the wall climbing, by the way. Although, we'll have to wait and see. The idea of a rogue getting to a spot that is completely inaccessible by another class sounds like a balancing nightmare. I'm just imagining a rogue getting to the top of virtually anything, and then they just sit up top and they just keep, like, firing their crossbows or whatever at you, and you can't actually do anything about it. A link? Yeah, I can send the link again to the document. It's on Reddit. That is a fair point. Usually when servers start to get talked about getting merged, OC is usually one of the chopping block servers. That's a fair point. Yep, no problem, Chili. Okay. Alright, is there anything in the works to test builds or test damage? No, nothing is in the plans. We have been looking at the competition and having things like personal housing to gather things and invest in us they want to work on. You know, that's an interesting thing here. We have been looking at the competition. I have to imagine that Ironmace is not stupid. There is no way that Ironmace is under the impression that Dark and Darker will remain the sole melee extractor on Steam forever. Eventually, there has to be a competitor. You know, it might not be tomorrow, it might not be next week, it might not be in the next month, but eventually one of these extraction games are going to come out that's melee focused, and it's not going to be a pile of shit. Eventually. I do have to wonder if if Ironmace, like what games Ironmace is looking at to implement stuff into their games. Because I mentioned before, or earlier today, that one of the big things that Ironmace has the benefit of is that they don't have to worry about competitor games. There's no game on the market like Dark and Darker. Nothing can truly compete. And as of right now, it's like basically that's just, it still is what it is. There's only a few games this year that even feel like they might compete with Dark and Darker. And those games are so different from Dad that I'm not even sure if it's real competition. Like Mistfall Hunter is third person and it's like Souls combat. It's like very different from Dad combat, so I don't even know if it's real. It's a competitor game, but it's not the same. Hunger is competition, quote unquote, but I would really say Hunger is more similar to Hunt Showdown, not Dark and Darker. The Naquan game that Nexon is making, that game was fun, and I would say it's a competitor in terms of being an extractor game. But it's very, again, it's very different from Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker's PvP, regardless of the issues, is way better than Naquan's PvP. Naquan's, like, the good things about that game was the PvE, like the zombie combat. That was the fun part of the game. The PvP was pretty bad. So, yeah, I'm curious who Ironmace is looking at in terms of trying to mimic competition. Alright, there's some technical issues with this. A room in the tavern or having a little place for training dummies would be great. I agree. I can't believe that we've gone so many years without a training dummy place for Dark and Darker. Kind of insane that this is even still a thing. Player housing would allow us to do 80% of the things we wanted to do with the 3D Gathering Hall anyway. Gathering Hall was going to operate as a sort of guild house, and that was our dream to develop that. We made progress, but we need to make more progress or something like that. We've been waiting for guild halls for almost 2 years, I think. I'm gonna be real with you. If we saw guild halls in this game by 2027, I'd be shocked. I don't think guild halls is something we're gonna see for 2 years, if we ever see them. I don't know. I just don't. There's so many things in Dark and Darker that have been delayed by such a large scale. And since we already had mentioned earlier about how there's a worry that SDF is taking resources directly away from Dark and Darker for his new game, it makes me question whether they're going to be able to get these things out that they've been unable to get out for years with less resources because they're getting taken away by SDF. Because apparently Terry had mentioned during the Q&A that he's working on limited resources, and the speculation is that that is because of SDF, of, you know, taking people and resources away for his other game. So I have to wonder, is Gathering Hall like ever gonna make its way into this game at all? No, there's no way they have 100 employees at there's no way. I refuse to believe that they have 100 employees. I just don't think that's, I just don't know if that's possible. Hard to spin up a competitor when the leading genre only has 10k players, less of financial incentive. Well, that might be kind of true, brother Jebediah. But Naquan, I would say, is a competitor, and that game had 35,000 players during their last playtest, which is really good, considering it was also a closed test that certain regions couldn't get access to. Yeah, it does seem hard to believe they have 100 employees, but they don't have a guy that knows how to code their inventory. That seems like very questionable. I gotta get a moobot command for this document. Not sure how arena works in this game, as you didn't see it open since you started playing, but the 3v3 fights you had in DV were a great way to test builds out. Yeah, so arena in this game is not a private setting, it's more of a queue system. So you can go into arena 3v3s, but only during the weekend to test out builds. But again, it's only queue system and it's only purple gear. So in Dungeonborn, you could play private arena games with any gear you wanted, like your artifacts, for example. And you can't do that in Dark and Darker, it's not an option. The Q&A happened late last night. Impacts were going over the Q&A info, the transcript now. That So Bad Strange had posted on Reddit. Pin the document. Alright, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know how to pin in Twitch. In YouTube, I can click the thing and do it, but every time I try to pin in Twitch, it doesn't work. Let's hear. Let me see if I can figure it out. Give me a sec. Let me see. Because every time I try to do it, it doesn't let me pin. I even open up mod view and it still won't let me do it. Right click does not work. At least as far as I can tell, it doesn't work. Yeah, it does not work for me. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. Oh, I closed Twitch. Oops. All right. Anyways, let's go through the rest of this. So, where do we leave off? How are we looking on development of Monk? There's no way we'll be able to get to Monk for Season 10, maybe Season 11. SDF said to have Monk ready by Season 10, but I knew I didn't have resources for that. So, yeah, Monk is probably another year away at minimum, I would say. Are there any plans to reduce boss griefing? This has been a big topic point where a lot of players don't even want to boss because it doesn't feel worth it, because the griefing is kind of out of control. We wanted this to happen at the start of Season 8. There were too many deep bugs with it and cause problems, so instead we wanted Season 8 to go smoothly, and now we are trying to find a way to curb the risk versus reward. We were thinking of you need a boss key to open a door, and after a limited time it closes. Doesn't that just sound like the boss summoning mechanic they used to have? You guys remember that? You would have to use a very expensive item to summon a boss, and then the whole lobby would camp the boss and wait for people to summon it and then grief them. It was so stupid. So other people could find a boss key, but that would limit the number of people that would be griefing. I think Mistfall Hunter does bossing the best by far. You go into the boss room similar to Dark Souls. Once you start the boss, the outer doors close with a fog wall. After 3 minutes, the fog wall disappears and you can enter the room. And if the person inside kills the boss, it extends the timer with the fog wall by like 30 seconds to give you time to heal and loot, and then you have to PvP. I think the way that that game does it is way better than Dark and Darker. It's not even close. In Season 8, there is a huge abundance of gold and gear. Will this continue in Season 9? This season, a lot of progress has been made to make the game feel better for most players. Now losing your gear set will not be as crushing as it once was. The workshop was supposed to be a money sink, but we overtuned it. Yeah, it is still overtuned. People didn't want to use it. People still aren't using the workshop. Maybe a few select people are, but it seems like it's still very much unused. Self-found will be 2 weeks at the start of Season 9. in case you're not aware, self-found is only 2 weeks, so 3 weeks and more is not going to return. We'll also be using test server to stay in SSF for anyone that wants to play over there and not deal with market. That's a weird statement considering the test server has been abandoned for so long. Also, test server never got put on Steam, so you have to have the blacksmith launcher in order to even use it. So test server is like basically always going to be dead. I'm not really sure what the point of even saying that is, but whatever. We did see a jump in player count after week 3 for season 8. They didn't want to play self-found, and they like using market, so we kind of have to choose which population we want to support the most. Workshops will be returned. I said this before. I think the self-found player count is lower than the marketplace player count overall. I'm not saying that every single person likes workshop, or I'm sorry, likes market or likes self-found, but I do think that more players, generally speaking, do prefer market. So I'm not surprised that this is the way that they're going to do it. That doesn't... I kind of figured that was going to be the case after this season. Is there any quality of life for logging? Because we can't carry out many logs for upgrading workshop. Originally, logging and wood chopping was intended to help people build the gathering hall and personal housing. We just didn't want people to basically build a castle without putting forth time and effort. This will be changed to get player... This will get changed when we get toward player housing and further development of those systems. So, so basically, logging is not going to be changed until they add player housing, which could be upwards of a year plus. So basically, this entire thing is like might as well not exist. All right. Anyway, so Ironmace is not able to add stacks to logs because they're scared when they add housing in a year, it's gonna ruin the game or something. Oh, that's such a funny statement. Anyway, what about new weapons and armor for Season 9? There will be 6 new artifacts for Season 10, but they will not be ready for Season 9. There will be new cobalt armor and crafting available for Season 9. Okay? For day-to-day players, what other features can we expect? It is not polished, yet we have some new things coming to help our everyday players enjoy the game. A party system and ping system will add a lot of quality of life. This wipe will largely focus on improving multiple systems, including the social aspects, even though we also have a new boss and other cool stuff. A big thing that makes the game enjoyable is playing with the crew. We had to ask ourselves how our core wanted to go, and random matchmaking was not working that well compared to something like Overwatch. Our game has higher stakes, requires more preparation. This is kind of the issue of why trying to like random queue as solo with a team in HR is basically never going to happen, because people don't want to risk their gear with random people in High Roller that usually just kill them for their gear anyway. We have been working on this party finder system and build a new system to help find party. It's very mechanical, yet overall for days where your friends aren't on, you can at least find people with similar goals. We feel like the communication would be tough, so we developed a ping system. We noticed people use their torch to smash the ground to communicate things, so we want to help with that. Is there any last things Ironmace wants to cover? For the upcoming season, there will be people who want to play Dark and Darker for 100 of hours. We want to really make sure a lot of the pain points are addressed and make things easier. It will be a big polishing season and make the overall experience better for everyone. Season 10 will have some massive changes, but let's get rid of some of the clicking required to get ready for each new dungeon. For example, people will notice the surgeon is gone. Oh, look at that. Are we cutting down on merchants? That would be nice. Things like selling to collector will be easier, just to get people back into the dungeons. Season 9, we will also have some new tools to ban cheaters and real money trades. Alright, good to know. We also know about the routing problem intimately. We have new tools to monitor issues associated with this. People are currently incentivized to bring in nothing and get bigger gear sets, especially from streamers, so we'll be addressing this. How do you guys think how do you fix this? How, like, I understand this is a problem, because when I play HR, there's rats in every game I play. How the hell do you fix this, though? What do you do? So, Ironmace in the past has tried to make a gear minimum system based on gear score, but people would just bring in their Squire gear with like 1 or 2 unique garbage pieces of gear, and they would just get in anyway. Make gear more common and easier to craft. I feel like gear is already common and easy to craft. Don't you think? Oh, here, I'll do one last link for the document, because that's the end of it, so we're done with the review. There you go. If you missed some of it and want to reread it yourself, you're welcome to. Making the body take forever to loot if you didn't kill it. Didn't they already try that though? 100% we've had a period of time where that was already a thing, and they reverted it back. Crafted gear is time consuming to get. You know what? I'll agree with that. Crafted gear is so expensive and time consuming, I never use it. It's always better to just use base gear. I will agree with that. It's hard because of a playstyle people like. I think the problem is that it's an every game issue. It's not like okay, I played HR last night for about 2 hours on Rogue. I'm not joking. 3 out of 4 of my games, I was just fighting other invis landmine rogues. Or it was me and like other rogues all ratting, waiting for the actual players to fight the game, you know? So there is definitely a big problem in High Roller where people are just not like playing the game. Part of it, I guess, is also rogue invisibility, but this is definitely a problem. I'm not saying that it's not. I just don't know how the hell you fix it. And I don't know if I trust Ironmace to actually fix it. Because we've seen multiple changes in the past that tried to fix it and it never worked. Gear score minimum, and we saw the longer looting bodies, and it's never resolved anything. They're playing a different game. Wait, who is playing a different game? The devs or the rats? Matchmaking based on encounter rate? We don't have enough players for that. Matchmaking based on anything other than just queuing into a server is not something you have the luxury of unless you have a big player base like Arc Raiders does. Audit and touch Rogue? No, it's Rogue was mentioned. Here, I'll show you. Where is it at? A lot of streamers and players hate rogue invisibility paired with silence. Rogues will be getting a big revamp. Rogue will get shadow step, for example. Apparently, Invis Rogue might actually get removed from the game, but who knows how long that could take. But apparently it's being talked about. Yeah, my understanding is that they're adding rogue skills like shadow step and wall climbing in hopes to give rogue a new identity that is not based on invisibility. I think that's their plan. How would you fix rogue invisibility? Honestly, man, I would just delete it at this point. I would delete invisibility and I would also delete invis potions, and I would just balance the game from the ground up without it in the game. Apparently, Shadow Step is going to be a teleportation skill. So it's going to allow the rogue to teleport. I don't know how it's going to like work in practice, but that's what it's apparently going to be. Maybe similar to the lightning spell that Sorcerer has, maybe. Well, you have to ask yourself, do you think more or less people enjoy rogue invisibility being in the game? I would venture to guess at least 8 out of 10 people do not like rogue invisibility based on just the general vibe that I've seen. That seems to be like accurate. Like when I made the rogue video talking about invisibility, it seemed like about 80 to 90% of people were agreeing with stuff like that. I think it might even be more than 8 or 9 out of 10. Most people do not seem to enjoy the act of getting landmined. I think that we did the whole document, right? We're incredibly sorry that luck didn't work out. It was dividing by 1,000 instead of 100, so luck is now worth 10 times as much. We have better drop rates, including 2 times artifact events. Yeah, so we were getting gaslighted for a while. I think Ironmace was like trying to act like luck was working for a while, and it wasn't at all. So yeah, luck I guess is fixed now. I haven't tested it myself, but apparently that's good now, so there you go. Alright, so again, shout out to Soba. Read the About Us section. That's... we are a married band of veteran game developers disillusioned by the exploitative and greedy practices we once helped create. Never forget that they tried to sell us Bard and Warlock for redstone shards, by the way. We are the experts who have worked on many of the biggest hits in Korea. We've seen firsthand how corporations sell their soul for an easy payday. We are disappointed to see them doubling down on more exploitative practices, becoming like casinos instead of bringing joy to gamers. We're fighting to win back hearts of gamers around the world. Oh my god. They should probably update this. But anyway. Where did I find this document? It's on Reddit. Here, I'm done with the document. I'll post it one more time. Here you go. Yeah, here you go. Yeah. Never forget they tried to sell Warlock and Bard for redstone shards, and they reverted it only because of community backlash. Never forget. Oh, the lava skins? They're too expensive for me. I'm not paying $20 for a single weapon skin. The amount of money that Ironmace wants us to pay for weapon reskins for every single class or weapon is insane to me. Like, this is actually ridiculous. Dude, this is like hundreds of dollars of skins. Because it's $1 per redstone shard, right? Yeah. It would cost you $220 for every single cosmetic skin in the game. This is like super greedy. To be honest with you. This is like freemium like cost. Like, this is the kind of cost I would expect to pay in a free to play game, not a paid game. It's pretty crazy. And each bundle, it only gives you two. So each skin is $10, or actually $12 technically if you buy them separately. But it's pretty egregious. Just because another game does something similar doesn't make it less greedy. It just makes both of the games greedy. COD sucks ass. Of course, like, I don't care about COD. I know they're greedy as hell. I'm aware of that. Trust me, I don't like COD at all. I used to like COD, but they're super greedy nowadays. These are less than $1. I mean, do you really think weapon reskins or skins should cost $12 per weapon? Do you think that's a reasonable price? I don't know, man. I don't feel like a single weapon skin is worth $10 or $12. That seems a little bit excessive to me. Just saying. Look, if you think it's fine, then feel free to buy them yourself. But I personally would never support. Like, that is way too expensive. That is, like, insane. There's no way. These, like, compared to other games? I don't know what games you're playing, but most of the games I play are indie games that do not charge anywhere near. I can usually buy entire games for $20. I can go buy Slay the Spire 2 for like 20 to 30. I mean, indie games are usually better than AAA cash grab games anyway. Why would I ever buy this kind of stuff? There's so many game options on Steam that you can buy for less than these. See, okay. Are you honestly telling me that a longbow and a spear skin is worth equivalent work to Slay the Spire 2? Because it's a similar price. I mean, I play those games. I do play those games. I play them off stream. I play plenty of indie games off stream. Why not make videos? I have in the past. Just not very often. Well, I should be clear. I played Slay the Spire 1. I haven't played Slay the Spire 2. I should be clear on that. But I do play plenty of other indie games. I did like Slay the Spire 1 quite a lot though. I've been wanting to buy Slay the Spire 2. I just didn't pull the trigger on it. I've heard nothing but good things about Slay the Spire 2. Yeah, Onda, I'm just telling you, I personally do not support microtransactions in paid games for the most part. If I pay upfront for a game, I usually do not buy anything that is microtransaction based. That is a big part and reason why I usually support indie games over AAA titles. The last time I bought a AAA game, I don't even remember when it was. Like, I actively avoid buying new AAA titles because they're all greedy as hell. Usually indie games are just way better. They're better priced and it's a better experience, like game experience. They're just, you know, I tend to prefer to support those companies instead. Yeah, Balatro was super fun. Yeah, I played that. I mean, I guess I could consider streaming Slave Aspire too. I'd have to buy it first. I did already consider it. Honestly, do you know what's hard for me? What's the most hard for me is that the thing that I have the most fun streaming by far are these extraction games, but all the ones that I was looking forward to got delayed. Like Mistfall Hunter was supposed to release last year. I think Hunger even was supposed to have some stuff last year too, and it all got delayed till this year. So a lot of the stuff I was looking forward to either got delayed or it died. Like Midnight Walkers was a game I was like super looking forward to, and it was just so bad, man. I did try Arc Raiders. I do not like Arc Raiders at all. I tried it. I don't see the hype. I never really saw the hype around that game. I saw Midnight Walkers posted an update about the game being changed, but let's be honest here, those are just words. Dungeonborn also posted a giant post about everything they were going to do for the next season, and that was right before they shut the game down for good and stopped updating the game. Words and roadmaps don't mean anything. When a game is dying, it doesn't matter. What don't I like about Ark? I don't like shooter extraction games. I think the time to kill is too fast, and the gameplay doesn't feel as intimate as like a melee game does. That's really what it comes down to. At least that's what it comes down to for me. Hey, Shadow. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's throw some of my kits away that I have. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm like pretty checked out for this season at this point. I don't really... I'm kind of just waiting for wipe, so... I think a lot of you guys are feeling the same way. I imagine, at least. Oh, I don't really know. I haven't done the quest, guys. I stopped questing a long time ago. Yeah, I haven't really done any of that. I personally don't plan to make a recap for changes. I would just go to So Bad Strange's post that he made on Reddit. By the way, have you guys seen my video I posted today? My wormhole video? Look at this action speed. Isn't this the stupidest thing you've ever seen in your life? This should be illegal. Look at this, look at this. Stupid as shit. This is actually, like, this is such a good example of why I like playing normals. Because normals PvP is so balanced compared to this bullshit. 76 action speed. Totally balanced and fair, I promise. Now we're on stream though. I'm gonna lose this get for sure on stream. But if I was off stream, I could probably play this forever. Something like that. Average chip build? This is literally Chip's build. I stole this from Chip. Like, actually Chip's build. I stole it, so... Yeah, the only difference is he was using a Bardiche and I changed it out for a Wormhole. I stole this probably over a month ago and it sat in my stash rotting. I forgot I even had it. But the wipe is happening soon, so I figured I might as well use it. I mean, what's it gonna do? Am I gonna just let it sit in my stash and wipe? What's the point? Might as well just lose it to the dungeon. I mean, I've been preferring normals anyway. I don't need gear like this for normals. So, might as well. The dungeon giveth, taketh away. I think I say that once a day. Yeah, my gear fear is long disappeared. I don't really care about losing gear anymore. I just like playing the game. I mean, heck, man, again, that's why I've been enjoying normals so much. Normals PvP is just so, like, balanced. It's so fun. How much fizz power? That's a great question. 30%, which is more than enough. And of course, 30 armor pen because of two-hander. So I'm being a loot pinata? Yeah, but normals PvP is very fun to me. Like, I enjoy PvP for, like, the sport of it, you know? I don't really care about the gear. I am just as happy having blue gear versus blue gear fights than I am playing, like, high gear versus high gear. It's all the same to me. The action scene is so stupid. Oh my god! Oh my god! This is so stupid. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Yes! Yes, we made it! I didn't think I'd make it. I was trying to be fast. Save time. Did he ever hit you? Maybe with one Franny. What is this? Have you watched my video I made this morning? Because if you did, you would have already seen it. This is my 76% action speed build that I stole from Chip like a month ago. Yes, Franny's slow on hit, yeah. That was fun. Oh my god, I don't have space. Oh no. Oh boy. What is this? This is a problem. Guys, I need wipe to happen. I need wipe so I can have a clean stash again. This is absurd. I need help, man. I need help desperately. I don't even like need the gold. I just want wipe. I'll watch your video. All right, Mad Dog, go for it. I thought it was fun. We killed a gold-geared barbarian. That's cool. Can't share the clip. Yeah, I was never able to I need to like figure out from a different streamer how to make the clips work. Every time I've tried to make clips work, it's never worked correctly. Maybe it's Moobot, because I tried it once and it allowed any clip to be like any image or link to be sent, and I can't do that. I'm not sure how to do it so you can do only like Twitch. It doesn't seem to be a Twitch option. No. This is not, no, there's no blood exchange needed. This is 64% action speed baseline. No blood exchange. Yeah, you don't even need that. Don't even need it. At a certain point, I might just start vendoring stuff, to be honest. You just have so much good loot in here. There's so much. It's all so good, man. Yeah. Oh, I don't even have space to move stuff to vendor it, do I? No, I do not. Yeah, it's whatever. I'll just pretend that my stash is not overflowing with. Yeah, it's whatever. It's fine. Wouldn't 79 be broken? We're at 76 action speed with Wormall. Because our Wormall has 12% action speed total. So, yeah, we're already chilling on that. Our action speed is so fast, I can take up my Wormall and start swinging almost immediately, which is so hilarious. You can basically treat the Wormall like a dagger that, you know, that's not a dagger. But speed-wise, it's like it. Tested luck? No. I leave the luck testing to the other streamers. I don't really care about luck farming too much. Maybe if it was like the start of the season, but I don't need to loot anymore. I have an unlimited amount of gear. I don't, you know, I just don't bother. I prefer to spend my time just fighting people with the gear that I've been hoarding all season. Oh yeah, look at the Viking sword too. This is 60% because there's not really any action on this. That's still insanely fast though. It's like almost hilarious watching it. Looks like I'm cheating. I don't know how many of you were around. This was probably over a year ago. Back in the day, I used to build Wormall action speed kits, but it was like 40% action speed. But those felt really good as well. Could I use this as like a rogue checker? If we just swing the Wormall like that, and we happen to like hit a rogue, they just die, right? I feel like in theory they would just explode. I'm just gonna go this way. Man, I really hope they make this scrapping mechanic better next season. I think it would be a really nice thing to have for self-found gameplay. I don't think they're gonna get it to the point of... like being like a good system yet. What is this action speed? Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing. It's funny. I love that it's an infinite swing combo. You never have to stop swinging. It almost makes the action speed even better. Test reposts? Well, that's a decent idea. You haven't really done any reposts. Let's see. Oh my god, that was... Did you even see it? That was a double hit. Did you even see the first hit? The first repost? I doubt you did. Because I barely saw it. I only saw the second swing. But I know there was a first one in there. That does seem pretty good. I would agree. Chris, we are 76% action speed right now. That room kind of sucks. I kind of would rather not go in there. How much health? 169 HP total. What class is that? I can't tell from here. Is that a fighter or a ranger or something? The fighter. Yeah, it's gotta be a fighter. He looks like a fighter at least. Problem is I can't wormhole him in this little hallway space. Like, that's a really shitty spot to fight him. Yeah, the location is the issue. This giant wormhole is not gonna work in that little hallway. How do we do this? How do we actually push without him camping that spot? I don't know if I can. kill it. He doesn't really appear to want to fight. Damn it. If he... Oh, man. If he goofed that up a second time, I would have killed him there. Dang. Sucks. I goofed it. Our action speed 76%. I feel like I'm probably gonna have to say that like 18 times. Yeah, I know it's like super. I know it's really fast, like way faster than it like ever should be. I know it's like kind of stupid. It's a very like specialized, unique kit. Oh, wait, are they? That was 2 people, right? I gotta keep an eye on that timer. Honestly, I might just steal that guy. I might just steal the loot. Never mind. I'll take the rings, I guess, but this is, yeah, it's very bad. We're just gonna head to the main elevator. What? Oh my god! Disintegrated. Is he geared? No, not really. Yeah, it's probably just like vendor. That's still hilarious. Bro died in 1 hit and a few frannies. I think I hit him for 80% of his health. Holy hell. That is just silly. I'm probably just gonna vendor this game. I don't really care about selling blues at this point. Why do I drop my heals before checking if it was worth it? Because the elevator was coming and I was trying to be fast. Honestly, I just assumed in High Roller he would have better loot, to be honest with you. I mean, the loot is fine. Like, it's not... Technically, it's sellable, it's just... I think we're at the point in the season where I just don't care anymore. Basically, as long as I don't run out of money, I'm chilling. Oh wait, I can scrap it. Not that it matters, but I guess I could scrap it. I don't think I've ever scrapped anything in this game. Wait, why does it scrap into separate pieces, though? Why not just scrap in a stack? That doesn't make any sense. Since Inferno is getting a rework, do we say goodbye to Ghost King? No. They're still gonna have Ghost King, but it's gonna be a separate boss now. Really a huge fan of the Bardiche this season. I know people swear by this weapon, but it's just not for me. I don't know. I think I prefer Warmal over Bardiche. I have ran Bardiche. It's not that the Bardiche is bad. I do like the weapon. I just think I prefer Warmal because I like the armor penetration that Warmal has over Bardiche. Because when you're using Bardiche, it's kind of annoying when you fight like a really high PDR fighter. And in solos, it's kind of a counter. But if you're running Barbarian Warmal, you completely negate armor. Like, even max armor at, like, 65% or whatever, just doesn't matter when you have 30 armor pen. Because we have 20 plus the 10 from two-hander. Trying to post action speed as a screenshot? Honestly, that's a good idea. honestly a great idea. I mean, it is a really funny build. I've never ran a build with action speed this high as Barbarian. Like, absolutely, I'm pretty sure I've never built something like this before. It's a cool idea. I don't even know if these gloves exist on the market. I checked last night, and I didn't see a single reinforced glove that had 9 decks. Oh, yeah. We have unique reinforced gloves that do not exist on market. Honestly, I would not be surprised if these gloves were worth 100,000 gold. Because if they're not on the market, it usually means that it costs more than 100k. Usually. I don't usually run hyper gear because I'm usually playing in budget or like decent gear. I usually don't run like super bis. Yeah, it's pretty rare. But again, as fun as it is, as fun as it is to play builds like this, I find equal enjoyment of killing equal geared players in norms that are like blue versus blue. If anything, I'm more likely to stat check people in HR than I am in norms. Like that Slayer fighter last game, I think I basically one-shot him. I hit him once for probably 80 or 90% of his health, and then I hit him with like 2 frannies and he just exploded. Did other classes utilize action speed? Yeah. Every class in the game can utilize action speed. Fighter is actually one of the easiest because you have adrenaline rush that gives you a baseline 15% with your skill, which is better than blood exchange. Heck, man, I could probably make a build like this for Halberd Fighter. Well, I definitely could. I don't think I could. I know I could. You think as a fighter made Adrenaline Rush should be nerfed? No, don't nerf Adrenaline Rush. It's my favorite skill. That skill's so good. No, it has a downside. It's fine. It's like one of the only skills in the game that has a downside. It's fine. No problem. It is pretty good, though. You know, I would change the title of the stream to 76 action speed barb, but that's like a bad omen. If I do that, I'm gonna die instantly. So, I know how that works. I've been here before. I hate making stream titles a specific build, because usually when I do that, I just fumble and die. So, I just went in a circle. Nice. Wormhole Fighter? You could do Wormhole Fighter. Just need weapon mastery. You could. Heck, honestly, it probably would be fine. You have to ask the question, do you think Wormhole Barb or Wormhole Fighter is stronger? Wormhole Barb is definitely, like, Barb is good, is better against casters for sure, undeniably, because of Iron Will. So at that point, you have to ask yourself, does Fighter have enough advantage to, like, run it over Barb? Since Wormhole's a base weapon for Barb, so you don't have to run weapon mastery for it. I mean, having a bow is kind of nice. Wormhole Cleric. Yeah, Cleric has less gap closers, though, than other classes do. Dang, he's got that on pat, huh? Bait them, then switch weapons? How so? Are you saying to run like Morningstar Lantern and then swap to the Wormhole? Is that what you mean? Honestly, that might be a decent cleric build. I wonder how, I'm just trying to think of how I would want to build it. Jesus. Well. Yeah, not much I could really. Gotta break every door pretty much. Not that it even matters because he's naked, so. At least Wormhole's good at breaking doors. Like second to like Morningstar. Compared to Quarterstaff, it's way better. No point in chasing the druid. Yeah, you know what the problem is though? In HR, it's the same song and dance every game. There's always at least one rat, druid, or rogue. And if you don't kill them, they grief your PvP fight. So you kind of have to kill them. It's like a really like annoying spot. Like you have to kill them. You can't, because they're not here to loot. They're here to grief your PvP. Like they're literally just here like for PvP. So you don't really have much option. You basically have to just chase, and like the whole game is gonna be wasted by this guy's like existence, pretty much. Because I can't ever leave him alone. Not really. I mean, he'll literally follow me the entire game, so. You have to spend the whole game killing them, because if you don't, they will just grief you. It's literally 0 risk, like 100% reward for this guy. If you watched my video that I posted today, that the naked druid literally killed the barbarian that I was fighting that was in full gold. He killed him. Like, They are always a threat. Even if like even if he's not gonna beat me in a 1v1, he has to die. You have to chase them the entire match until they're dead, because otherwise they will follow you forever. It's part of why normals is more fun than HR, because you don't have to deal with that shit. I mean, look at the. Can you see the timer? Is my camera blocking it? We wasted probably 8 minutes having to chase that guy. Like, the whole match is basically over. I didn't get to do anything because he's, you know, because he exists. Very silly. And again, it's not like I'm worried about him killing me in a 1v1 fight. I'm worried about him coming up when I'm low health if I happen to fight another geared player. And that's the whole reason he's there. He's not here to play the game. He's literally only here to grief PvP. No. Just kind of is what it is. It's not just druids, it's druids and rogues. Those are the most popular classes for like PvP routing. See, it'd be one thing if he was just looting. Like, if he was just running around opening chests and just doing his own thing, like, I wouldn't really care as much, but he's tailing me the entire match. Like, I have to deal with him. If I don't deal with him, it's, you know, it's just so bad for me. I mean, quite honestly, I would have rather have done anything else this match, because I know there were other people around. I just didn't get to really do anything. Yeah, I might just take the blue portal and dip. Would combo attack do well with Wormhole? If you're swinging this fast, probably, yeah. Usually combo is better for fast swinging weapons, but we basically made the Wormhole into a fast swinging weapon, so yeah, probably. Oh my god, there was a player in here? Yeah, no idea, I had no idea. Oh, it's an invis. Oh, we didn't see him because it's an invis rogue. He was probably sitting in a corner or something. He was probably hiding, and I just didn't run into him. He was probably trying to landmine me, it just didn't work. Good gear, though. It's similar to my road kit. Or one of my road kits, at least. It's gonna be the same next match. Yeah, that's why I play normals most of the time. I feel like people don't take me seriously when I tell you that normal PvP is better than high roller PvP. Honestly, yeah, at the high end, I do fight higher geared players in HR, like, total, because obviously you can only fight blue geared players in normals. But the amount of naked players I kill in high roller is equal to or greater than the naked players I kill in normals. I think I have more blue gear PvP in normals than I do high gear PvP in HR. And a big part of it is because so many players are doing what that druid is doing, and they don't play the game, they just follow you and run for 15 minutes until you kill them, or they can come and third party you, and that's pretty much the song and dance. Yeah, there's a reason I've been playing so much normals recently, and that's really a big part of it. It's not even worth selling. I don't have inventory space to, like, move stuff to vendor it. I'm just gonna... It's fine. I'll be back in a moment. Normals PvP does not require more skill. I didn't say normals PvP required... Oh, someone else said it. Never mind. I always say, I never said that. Normals PvP, blue versus blue, requires similar skill level to high roller, like, legendary versus legendary. The skill is not, like, really the argument here. It's more of the quality of PvP in normals is generally higher because you don't have to deal with rats and HR. This is what it is. I'll tell you guys what, though. If... No promises. If I can somehow manage to get good PvP with this kit... Like, I've already kind of gotten some good PvP. I killed, what, like, two or three players so far? If I can manage to get enough for a full video, I'll make a part 2 to the video that I made this morning for this build. Hey, Gems. Yeah, basically all of our gear is dex. Dex or action speed. Including our war maul, of course. I mean, every class in High Roller has the capability of killing another class very quick. Rogue can kill every single squishy player in the game, like casters and all that, in basically 3 hits, like with a Castellan, you know, the 1-2 stab. Almost every class can die to that, right out of Invis, Cutthroat. Even Barbarians can die to that, but generally Barbs are a little bit more resilient just because of their HP pool. So usually Barbs have a chance to fight back against, like, the Rogue and all that. But just generally speaking, if you look at HR PvP, a lot of it really does revolve around who hits who first. And a part of that is because the PvP is so fast-paced. You know, the time to kill is so low. The 10 HP that we got is a good start, but I actually think we should have more HP. This might sound overkill, but if every single class in the game got like 40 extra HP, I wouldn't even be mad. That might be excessive, but I don't know. I would not mind it at all. What did you miss? Well, Gary, we went over the dev Q&A that was released last night. And now we're playing 70% action speed Barbarian. Have I tried Squire to Riches? You know, I haven't tried Squire to Riches. Because it's solo, but it's trios. I could maybe consider playing it in, like, with viewers or something. I don't know. I don't know if it would really be fun to play solo. Do it with Glocktain? I actually haven't do it with Glock in a little bit. Mostly because I kind of took a little bit of a break from streaming. Just a few days. I was just kind of burnt out on the game. Honestly, part of that is just because I want the wipe to come. I'm kind of ready for it. I think a lot of us are ready for wipe at this point. I don't think that's a uncommon sentiment. I wonder if when I'm swinging with Wormall, I should be jumping in between hits to try to increase my headshots and also reduce their headshots. I feel like it's not a bad idea, honestly. I do jumping for quarterstaff, so. What's my gear gotta be like 70%? Cool, did you really guess that? Or did you already know and you're just tricking me? That's a pretty accurate guess to be randomly guessed. I hear a player nearby. This fight could be a little bit. I just gotta make sure I don't mess up. Cause he could kill me if I'm like, if I like do something stupid. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to fight the Zork. Zorks are actually, like, really scary. I hit him enough. Of course, the... Yeah. They just have so many crowd control effects and slows and shit. It's very, very hard to kill them if they know what they're doing. That's like a typical like sorcerer fight. You almost have to sit in a corner and wait for them to like run into you, kind of like you're a rogue. I don't think you can really run into a sorcerer player. Even with Iron Will, they like their knockbacks like they still work against you because of the one that goes in the air, and then you get comboed for half your health. It is a good thing I hit him with the Viking sword twice, because otherwise I would have died. Yeah, that Sork is it's kind of sitting there. Oh, that portal must be under. Yeah, it's gotta be underneath. I can't fight the sorcerer if he's gonna sit in an open room like that. I can't do it. It's too good for him. I have to basically like play corners and wait. But I wasted my last magic pot. It's just not worth it, man. Sorcerer just isn't killable when a straight 1v1 fight. I have to, like, sit in a corner and wait for him. He has way too many crowd control effects for me to ever, like, actually engage. Just not possible. Yeah, there's just no way. Can't do it. I have to, like, I have to bait him into pushing into me. There's no other way I can, like, actually fight that. Too strong. He hits me one time and I lose half my health. I mean, yeah, there's just nothing I can do about that. Yeah, it's not worth it. Well, considering if I was not a like, imagine if I was playing fighter and I was trying to melee that guy, it would be impossible. Honestly, that's why earlier when I said, like, someone said, should you play, like, fighter with this build? The answer kind of is, it's kind of, like, not fun to do it, because you run into one sorcerer, you die. Yeah, the correct play against that sorcerer, unironically, is to sit behind a doorway, like right here, and wait for him to happen to run past. Because, like, in an open room, I can't actually melee him. It doesn't work. The only way I could kill him with a barbarian, like, in a straight fight, would be if I built nothing but movement speed. I would have to go, like, I would have to go with a speed kit. I'm talking, like, 300 to 310 with rage and maybe Achilles. Like, I would have to do, like, my hatchet build that I played. Those can kill Sorks. But in a build like this that isn't, like, made for nothing but speed, Sork has too many effects that will make it so you can't melee them. So. No, he was never in danger of dying, even without the levitate, right? He has other options there. Besides that, the fact that he hit one levitate and I lost half my health is a little bit, like, silly. It's not like levitate is that hard to land. I mean... Oh. Wait. Oh my god, the rogue. Oh, look! It's the reason I... Hey, look! It's the reason I don't play sorcerer in solos. Look at that! Hide, cutthroat, rogue. This is literally why I don't play casters. This is it. Right here. Like, I'm not even joking. This is why I cannot stand playing casters in solo. It's like, it's so unfun. Because all it takes is one cutthroat rogue and you just lose for free. I wish I had stayed in the match so I could have killed that rogue. I just didn't realize. Yeah, it's funny, all that talk about how good the sorcerer is, but the sorcerer can't do shit if you landmine them. I mean, that's... Yeah, that's it, man. That's why I cannot... I mean, that's... What can I say? That's like such a hilarious example of why I don't play those caster classes. He played well, too. Don't get me wrong. That Sork played very well. I just don't think I can kill him in an open room. But that rogue, it doesn't matter when you get landmined, because they disable you for 2 seconds. Every class needs a hard counter. Yeah, but rogue hard counters like half the class roster. Every squishy class that requires using skills or spells is a free kill for a rogue with cutthroat and hide. It's not like there's not even a way to play around it. Like, if the rogue happens to hit the sorcerer with cutthroat and hide, the sorcerer loses. There's no counterplay. That's the problem. Like, that, I think that sorcerer was very good. He played that well. I don't know how the hell to kill him, but he played well. But, yeah, to see him just die to a rogue like that for free is... I wish I could have saw them fight. Because my best guess is that he just got landmined and died. I'm gonna fill up my water real quick, fellas. I mean, that has to be really disappointing, right? Imagine being that sorcerer, and you have 2 really close engagements with a barbarian, and then all that work is for naught because you get landmined and die. It sucks, man. Gotta feel bad for him a little bit, but... Considering how he whipped me around the map, I kind of also don't feel bad. My foot? My foot's fine, yeah. It healed. Have I tested Whirlwind? I have not tested Whirlwind. I considered it, though. I don't know if that's worth it or not. Does Whirlwind directly benefit from action speed? That's the stuff you've been dealing with since you main Sork, since a couple weeks ago. All it takes is a singular rogue. He can even be in... Oh yeah, rogue doesn't need gear to kill you. As like a Sork, even a mid-geared rogue As long as they get on top of you with Cutthroat and Hide, they can have trash as long as they have something. I would say maybe like greens or blues. As long as they're not in Squire, like, you will just die. Heck, even a Squire rogue that knows what they're doing could probably screw you over. But yeah, more likely than not, yeah, even like a blue kit is probably enough. They want to rework rogue? Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, that's the reason right now why I don't like playing casters. Because that sorcerer can do everything right and then still die because he gets screwed over by a rogue. It's just not fun. As far as I'm aware, there's only 3 classes in the game that are somewhat decent against Landmine Rogue. Barb, Fighter, and Plate Warlock. Outside of those 3 classes, most other classes in the game will usually die if they get landmined. And you can still die to a landmine rogue as a fighter or barb. It's not like it's a free kill or anything, it's just that you have a higher chance of, you know, killing them. Dreamwalk Druid? That's true. Dreamwalk Druid can kind of stop that. That's true. You gotta be pretty decent with Druid to pull it off, but you're not wrong. Basically, yeah, it's more of an HP and armor thing. Any class that doesn't have enough health and armor to live in landmine is usually toast. Yeah, I left the last game, by the way, because I didn't have any more magic bots, and I didn't want to fight the Sork with 0 magic bots after almost dying twice. If I had realized that the rogue was gonna kill him, I would have totally stayed, of course. Honestly, kind of a shame that I didn't, because I would have been happy to fight that rogue. Would have been a huge profit game, too, if I did. Well, if I didn't, I killed him, that is. I have not been on Ruins, no. I have not. That's a sweaty-ass druid, boys. Oh, I want to kill this guy for sure. This is so sweaty. Might be dead. I think I'm dead, boys. Oh, it's a dead end. Oh, I think I am dead. Wow. Doesn't that suck? Actual ass. Please don't be a dead end. Fuck, why is it another dead end? Fuck, I'm so unlucky, bro. Fuck, man. Double fucking dead end. Give me a break, dude. Unfucking believable, man. It's actually so stupid how unlucky that was. There are so many modules that have there's so many modules that have doors under there. Oh my god, man, that was so silly. By the way, did you see how much damage that guy did? Dude, that druid was hitting me for half my health. That dude is cracked beyond belief. Like, holy shit, that druid is geared. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm out of blue pots, man. Fuck. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Was he even low? Was he even low? Wait, that first hit only hit him for like no health. Was he at least? He has to be low, please, right? Yeah. 210 HP. That's tough, man. You know what's a shame? If I had a blue pot, I might have won that fight. I ran out of blue pots. 6 was not enough. I should have brought more. How sad is that? 1 extra blue pot, it might have like made me live 1 extra hit and I might have killed him. That's actually so tragic that I didn't bring more blue pots. I guess in HR I need to bring 3 stacks minimum from now on. I even mentioned in the video I posted today that a lot of HR is whoever runs out of blue pots first. 2 is not enough. You need more. It's crazy. Yeah, I should have had 3. It should have had 3 stacks. My own fault. I kind of thought... I've never really, like, usually when I bring 2, I never run out, but he must have had at least 3 stacks of blue pots. There's no way, because he should have been out too, with how many he used. Yeah, man, it sucks. I don't think I really did it. I think the only misplay was just that I didn't bring enough blue pots. You think it wouldn't have saved me? You think so? I don't know. I feel like there's a chance it would have saved me. I definitely feel like there's a chance. I mean, I'm telling you, I've never ran out of blue pots with 2 stacks. That is the first time this season I've ever ran out with 2 stacks of pots. That's never happened before. So, I mean, it's kind of a reasonable thing. It's literally never happened. That's the first game I've ever had that I've ran out of pots with 2 stacks. So, it's not something I could have anticipated after it not happening, you know? I thought 2 stacks was enough. How could I have possibly played around needing more, you know? I'm telling you, if I had a blue pot, there's a chance I would have won that. There's definitely a chance. For sure. For sure. It's a shame. Purple pot? Oh, I don't... I feel like higher than like green or blue are like insanely expensive. I don't sell enough gear to fund purple pots. I feel like. I don't know. I guess they're not as much as I thought they were. Maybe you're right. Because the amount of like stuff I have to sell to upkeep that med cost is more than I want to do for end of season, you know? At this point, I'm just trying to throw my gear away because I have like 20 tabs of it, so. I mean, my barb alone is basically full on gear, so. Blue pots shouldn't be a win condition. I mean, blue pots have been a thing for literally since the start of the game. That, like, these are never going away. Man, I'm so mad at myself for not bringing more blue pots. I'm actually, like, very upset with myself for not doing that. I 100% could have won that fight if I just brought more. That's a shame. Big misplay on my part. I am pretty damn sure that I could have won that fight if I had brought them. Sucks. My own fault, though. Can't blame anyone but myself for that. Well, there you go. There's your lesson of the day. If you go to HR with gear, bring at least 3 stacks of blue pots. That's all I got for you. Oh, that's the wrong fighter. Hold up. So I don't have any, like, high gear fighter kits. I think all my kits are blue. Oh, I have these. Oh, yeah, this was when I was trying out Demon's Glee Fighter. I don't think Demon Glee Fighter is as good as I thought it was. I thought Demon's Glee was gonna feel pretty good, but I actually think it's just okay. Not like quite as good as I was like hoping it would be, honestly. Yeah, again, it was my own fault. I again, I should have just had more blue pots. It's my own fault. No one to blame but myself. That's the way it goes. Yeah, it doesn't appear that I have any, like, super great fighter kits, unfortunately. I was thinking of doing a, action speed halberd build. So I was trying to see what kind of gear I had chilling. Oh, you know what? My Barb has, I think he has like a PDR roll cloak. I could run that. Oh shit, I have a lot of gear I could run. Take your freaking pick, man. It's like shopping on the market, but better. That would, I mean, that's a fantastic cloak. That's super good. Yeah, let's do that. Do I have a headpiece too? Chilling over here? Probably. I don't have any hound skulls though. Hound skulls what I'm looking for. The ones I have on my other inventory are additional magic damage hound skulls. I don't really want those. Yeah, I mean, I might as well just use up this gear, man. It's not doing anything sitting in my stash, so. Might as freaking well, right? You have a gift for me? Alright. You say so. I'll be right there. What's your trading name? You have a present for me? A Leviathan? Should I take this? I usually don't take handouts like this. Alright. I guess we'll take it. I'm not gonna play with it right now, though. Alright, just know, if I don't use this, I'll definitely give it back or give it away. But I'm not gonna use it right now. I'll just sit it here for the time being. I wasn't expecting you to give me an artifact, to be honest. I don't usually take those. I'll have to build a kit for it, if I do run it. Don't worry, I won't let it rot in stash. Either I'll make use of it or I'll give it away to someone in chat. Either way, I'll make sure it gets used up. I won't let it rot or anything like that. You're gonna play it right now? Well, I was planning to do a halberd build right now. I don't know if I wanna... I'm not sure if I want to play with it right this second. I mean, I guess I could. Hey, thank you, Brian, for the sub. I do appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. Well, let me figure out what, like, build I'm gonna use it on first. I would assume I should do it on Barb, not Fighter, though, is the thing. Halberd is a fighter base weapon, right? I'm not tripping? Yeah. Thought it was. Yeah, I always feel bad taking artifacts from players, because I feel like you work for that artifact, so why do I get it, you know? So we could do PDR or we could do action speed for the halberd. Might do PDR. That 83 one is like a pretty decent one. 3K isn't too bad. That's gonna put me at 65% PDR baseline. I wonder my baseline if I grab defense mastery. Because I don't actually need weapon mastery if I'm running halberd. Well, unless I want a bow, though. Unless I want a bow. So put me at 68, 61%. Oh, damn. Thank you, Mixed Ranger, for the $10 dono. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. You don't know if I remember you. You watched me a lot while I played Dungeonborn, so you've always liked Druid, and you're new to Dark and Darker. Talking week 1, is there any tips for Druid? Guitar, I am not a Druid player. The only thing I can tell you is to make sure you understand how animal forms scale. Panther scales with agility, and Bear scales with strength. Generally speaking, Bear is what you want to be going for, so you want to be building for strength on your kits. Usually strength and action speed, both of them combined. Yeah, so what does that put me at? It puts me at 69% PDR total. I mean, that's pretty good. I feel like that's more than enough PDR. Going to 75 would be cool, but probably isn't gonna happen. Go chicken form? Yes, if you're gonna... Yes, correct. If you're gonna use... Come trade again. Alright, well, I guess we're just a handout Andy today. Alright. Oh, I can't refuse a stinky stick. I can't. My morals won't let me refuse that. I can't refuse the stinky stick. Because it's so troll to use them. I can't... Like, I would, like, they're not even that good. They're just fun to use. Yeah, we'll definitely use that for sure. At some point. Let me finish building this fighter kit first while I'm here. I'm good, positive. I'm cool with the halberd that I just bought. I'm chilling. Haven't figured out how I want to play this build yet. I still need to finish my perks. Okay, Swift and Defense Master are basically like just shut-in perks. We have to take those. I have 30 action speed, 45 with Adrenaline Rush, so really I could take combo attack. I probably swing fast enough for that. Question is do I want to take Weapon Mastery? Or do I want to forego a bow? Says no to +6 halberd, says yes to Stinky Stick. Stinky Stick is my favorite artifact in the game. It's just not very good. that's really the thing. The last time I played Stinky Stick, I lost it for free to a parry fighter. I think he parried me once and I just exploded. So that was before the parry nerfs, of course. This is what I'm leaning towards. Adrenaline Rush, Sprints. Defense Mastery bumps me to like 69% PDR with Halberd out. I feel like this is pretty good. Stinky Stick OP. Stinky Stick is fun. I wouldn't call it OP, but it's fun. So, there's that. I feel like Stinky Stick's more of a barbarian weapon, though. You can, like, technically play it on fighter, but it's... But only if with weapon mastery, of course. No, honestly, once we get to the end of the season like this, where, like, gear kind of doesn't matter that much. Like, at this point, I don't even care about the gear. I don't really mind taking handouts as much. I don't feel like it's as egregious. Like, if this was the beginning of wipe, if we were, like, week 3, and someone offered me an artifact, I feel like I would have to decline it, because it feels, like, too early to be taking that. At this point, I just feel like it doesn't really matter anymore. Heck, I'll probably end up giving it away anyway by dying to, I don't know, somebody. Don't forget crossbolts. Wow, you're a goat. Thanks. Yep, totally would have forgot those. Stinky Stick Bonk Wizard? Bro. Yeah, the cloud damage doesn't scale with magic damage, so there's no point in that. I don't think. That sounds mega troll. Like, super, super troll, man. I don't think so. Okay, let's lose this kit, and then we'll, you know, maybe use an artifact. Because I'm sure I'll lose this to something stupid, too. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be something. I'm always afraid I'm missing something. Pot, surge, frannies, health. I think I'm good. I'm just gonna assume I'm good. Well, that's pretty much it, yeah. Once we get to, like, the end of wipe like this, I feel like the loot just doesn't really matter that much. Just, who cares? Early wipe, though, it feels kind of scummy to take stuff. Yeah, we're getting to the point where I don't really, like, care too much about it. I also end up usually giving away a bunch of my own gear at the end of wipe as well, so it all goes back to you guys anyway. That's true. This is a kit I would definitely lose to, like, a Sork or something. For sure. Arena event for artifacts doesn't start until, like, the 20th or something like that. We got a little bit. Other than Stinky, what is my favorite artifact? Other than Stinky Stick? I kind of like Viola Fighter. Viola Fighter feels, like, really good. Kuma's Claw. Kuma's Claw, Kuma's Fang. Those weapons are pretty solid, too. Cinder. Cinder's pretty cool. Life After Death feels pretty strong as well. Although Life After Death, unironically, I think is bought up by RMT players. I've seen people with, like, 7 of them in their inventory, and I do wonder, like, how the hell did they get all that? And this was, like, over a month ago. I don't know how the hell you can afford that kind of shit without buying it. I have no clue. That's like some insane grinding if they earn that. Cinder is a halberd with a fire effect on it. Same weapon I'm using now. Will I try longsword anytime soon? Probably not. I don't think longsword's really for me, to be honest with you. Cinder's strong, man. Does a lot of damage. Oh, Bloodthirst is like an on... Yeah, Bloodthirst is kind of OP. And by kind of OP, I mean it's very OP. I've never used the Katisse before, but it does seem like a cool weapon as well. Honestly, I think artifacts should be more attainable by the general player base. I think it's a very cool... like, they're really cool items that are basically never played by a lot of players, which is kind of a shame. I'm not saying I want them to be common, but maybe they don't have to be quite as uncommon. Is Bloodthirst better than Life After Death? Not when you have 7 of them. 7 Life After Deaths to swap and have an infinite effect going. You can be invincible for like 30 seconds. Yeah, it turns out when you do that, it's pretty good. Oh, it's a Sork. I'm gonna be real with you. I think I need to take this elevator and leave. That guy will kill me for free. This is like really bad against Sork. I'm not even kidding. We actually should reset. This is not the build to play against Sork. Might as well just gift them the kit for free. Yeah, there's no way. I'm good. Yeah, I'm freaking good. Yeah. If I wanted to give my kit away, I'd rather give it to one of you guys than give it to him. Yeah, I'll just quickly re-queue, no problem. I'll be back in 1 second, fellas. Let me see if I have a build that's good for that stinky stick. I think I have a... Well, this is a great build. 23 action. Screw it. Sticky stick time. Time to lose it. To something. Oh, wait. Oh my god, it's stinky stick. Wait a minute. We can use poison vials. We don't even need Frannies as much. Well, we do need Frannies, but poison vials are actually so good for this build. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. This late into wipe, I don't really feel like selling my stuff in my stash. So at a certain point, I'm probably gonna run out of money. I'm sure that's coming at some point. I definitely have money if I liquidated my stash, but I just don't really feel like doing it. That's fine. Oh, bear form is very strong. People underestimate how good bear form is quite a lot. It's very, very good. Yeah, I feel like anybody who gives gear to me should know you're basically signing your gear away to be lost. Because this sticky stick ain't lasting long. I can already see it. We're gonna die to something stupid for sure. I know it. I know it's coming. I don't know what it's gonna be yet, but I'll try my best though. It is a fun weapon though, man. Sticky stick is so fun. Thought I was gonna play Halberd Fighter. I was until I was given this stinky stick. Yeah, I was planning on playing Halberd Fighter, but this is definitely more fun. Oh my god, you see him? You see the rat? Already getting ratted and we just started. What do you guys think? You think that's a rogue from stream? Or do you think it's just another one of the typical HR rats? Oh my goodness. It's honestly probably not even from stream. That's probably a legitimate just rat rogue, honestly. They're so common, it's not even guaranteed from stream. That's how bad it's gotten. I would not be surprised if that was you know. I don't even think that's a sniper. I think that's just a rat. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Did I kill him? I actually don't know if I killed him or not. I'm gonna heal up first and figure it out later. Could have surge kitted, but I already committed to bandaging. He's not dead. I feel like you're probably right. No, he did die. Holy shit, he did. Oh my god, he's scared too. Whoa, whoa! Look at that! I didn't mean to drop the green bandages. It's an accident. Whatever. Ho ho ho. Profit, profit. Dude, poison vials for the win, baby. Dude, I have to grab that spear, right? I have to grab... I can't leave that. I cannot. I'm gonna head for exit. You know what's funny? Honestly, Stinky Stick is kind of good against bear form, isn't it? It really is. That actually did better. That was better than, like, a wormhole. Man, the split-second decision to throw all my poison vials rather than start healing was such a good play. I'm so glad I made that, like, split-second decision. That's not the druid that killed me, though, right? I don't think it is. I think it's just another geared druid. I should have grabbed that book, too, honestly. But, whatever. This is so typical of High Roller. You got the rogue sitting here with nothing, waiting to rat the two guys that are fighting. This is every damn game, dude. Every game. It's always the rats. Always. Why is he using Adventure Tunic? Because it had 9 strength on it. Yeah, if it wasn't for the 9 strength roll, I'm sure that druid would not have used that. Curious what this guy's stats were like. Holy shit, man. Look at this guy's... Oh my god. 55 strength? Holy hell, man. This druid was geared, man. Holy. Oh my god. I can't believe we killed this guy. Yeesh. It's nuts. 47% physical power bonus. I bet this guy's bear hits do so much damage. Oh, man. That's crazy. My god. Full roll on pants? I mean, it's 8. He has a max roll on a tunic, like almost max on the pants, max roll on the boots, 12 action speed on his cloak, which is insane. Yeah, I mean, this is just really good gear. He even has action speed on his spear for poking. Dang. W poison vials, man. Shit. That easily could have gone the other way. Man, imagine if that rat rogue had been at me and not the other guy. He would have stolen that druid's gear and I would not have been able to stop him. Lucky me, I guess, that he was not doing that. How much are poison vials? They're expensive. A little bit. 100 gold a throw, huh? What did they say in the Q&A? Oh, Haas, we went over it for like 2 hours at the start of stream. I can link you the cliff notes though. Here. Go to that article. That has all the notes for what went on for the Q&A. Why do I think the meta for Barbs has shifted from Warcry and Savage? Do you disagree with this take? Oh. Well, the reason... dude, Warcry Savage is... It's good. The problem is that it gives you no mobility. So, Warcry Savage Roar is good against, like, straight melee classes, but it's so bad against rangers, sorcerers, any class that runs from you. It's terrible. Because it gives you no mobility. So, on it, and also, Rage technically got buffed. I know it looks like a nerf, but Rage with high gear is actually better. Because 10% physical reduction is worse than the vigor and strength that you lost. So really, I think it comes down to the Rage buff for high gear, and then also the fact that, that, again, it gives you no mobility. So, yep, that's kind of where I'm at. Shit, man. I think this build is already almost profitable. That druid kit was probably comparable to the cost of this kit, I imagine. Like, what does a tattered cloak go for with 12 action speed? At least 13k, but it's actually higher than everything on the market. It's nearing BIS territory, right? Just depends on how much someone's willing to pay for it, pretty much. A lot of money. Innovate, just look at the link directly above your post. Just click on that. Yeah, honestly, you know what's funny? You know, Stinky Stick is so good against Druid bear form because the bear form is so big. They can't get out of the cloud. So they end up taking a lot of damage. It's pretty good. Against Druids, at least. Yeah, I think that's one of those dungeon giveth, dungeon taketh away moments where we lost our super crazy action speed kit, but then we immediately got Druid Bis right after. So, all even. If other player is stinky, do you not take damage? Yeah, of course not. Yeah, all gas clouds, no matter where they come from, you're immune to them. Even from zombie, like the mummies, or not the zombies or whatever. But let's be real here. How often are you ever gonna have a stinky stick for a stinky stick fight? It's very, very rare. If ever. You can't show damage on dummy with the cloud, but it does 15 damage per second. You can tell with the description. 15 magic damage as well, which means most classes are taking full damage to it. Or a lot of damage. Pretty good. GF, I don't know what that means. Do mobs take damage? I think they do. Pretty sure. Achilles Strike, ever since the nerf, I feel like they nerfed it a little bit too much. I was kind of hoping for something like a 12-second duration, but I think it's only 6 or something. So I feel like Achilles doesn't last long enough, so I don't use it anymore. I think Achilles was broken at infinite duration, but I think it's been nerfed a little bit to the point where I don't really want to use it. Oh, here comes the rat. Here comes the rat rogue. Here to scoop up the PvP loot. So funny. Every HR game has at least one smoke pot rogue. At least one. It's every game, man. It's a big problem in iRoller right now. It is it's not like a rare occurrence. It's literally every game. It's either rogues or druids, but it's every game. Those two guys didn't finish fighting, right? What happened? I'm a little bit confused. So I saw the druid and barb fighting. They fell down. I heard the druid and the barb down there, like both. I don't like completely understand what happened. Unless the druid killed the barb, but it aggroed the the boss. Franny slowdown got me. Oh, that mob just screwed him. Should I have more Frannies on my hotbar? Yeah, don't you guys love naked rogues in HR? It's cool. Go. Damn it, he's so low. I should have brought more Frannies, man. And of course this rogue is just here being a nuisance, but... Finally! Ah, damn it. Wait, how did he loot the body? It's not even on his screen. Dude, how did he loot the body? It's not even close to him. Dude, Ironmace, you need to fix this shit, man. How the fuck did he loot that? That body wasn't even close. There's no way he ever should have been able to loot that. There's no way. The body's up here. There's no way. How did he loot it? Doesn't even make sense. Dude, they gotta fix this shit, man. They have to fix this. It is such a big problem. Like, that rogue was not even close to that body. No, you can't grapple hook. It doesn't work against barbs. Oh. I know the timer's getting low. Finally! Holy fuck, man. They really need to fix this shit sooner than later. It is so freaking cancerous having every lobby I play filled with naked rogues and druids. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Oh, like, man, oh man, please. Like, it's not like it's a once in a while thing. It's literally every single game. It never fails. Like, I can't even play the game without people doing this. It's crazy. It's so boring. People wonder why I play frickin' normals, man. You wonder why. You don't have to deal with this in norms. You just get to play the game so much nicer. Crazy, man. Like, I don't know what fixes it, but, like, something has to change. Like, they have to... I don't know what they can do, but it has to be fixed. Whatever it may be. It's just, it's such a problem, man. Honestly, it's a big reason why, like, you can't even feel bad for playing in normals in, like, BIS Blue Gear. You can't even blame the, like, veteran players for being there. Like, who wants to sit there in high roller and deal with it every game? Like, normals is just so much more fun, man. It's just, the combat is just, I don't know, it feels like you can actually play the game. It's so much nicer. That would help, yeah. I don't know why they ever got rid of it. I feel like if you don't kill the player, it should take you a long time to loot. Honestly, I would be perfectly fine with that. I don't even care. It could take... Although it can't be affected by interaction speed. They can't do this bullshit band-aid fix, because then people just stack interaction speed. That's what they did last time, and it flopped. If you're gonna make it a looting a body, it cannot be affected by interaction. It has to be baseline for every class, because otherwise you have the same issue where druids and rogues just stack a bunch of resourcefulness and then they just do the same shit. It's like, it's not really like being fixed. And rogue also has highest base dex or resourcefulness, so they're least affected by that change. So if they do interaction speed for that, they have to equalize it. Because otherwise, it's just going to be the same shit with slightly different, like, gear. They're just going to wear, like, greens that cost 50 gold apiece, and they're just going to stack resourcefulness. And it's the same thing. So... You know, it might not be as infuriating if it wasn't for the fact that it's every single game. I don't know if I've played a high roller game today that didn't have a naked druid or rogue that I had to chase around all game, or whatever. I'm pretty damn sure every game has had one. So it's like, it's not like I'm complaining for no reason. It's such a big problem right now, and it's just, it's tiring. It's so tiring, man. It makes me just want to go back to norms. Like, using gear is cool and all, but I don't know, man. It's tough. It gets very, very... I'm just tired of it. I also don't even understand what they're ratting for. If they're ratting, they're not using gear. So what are they even doing? Like, let's say they leave a game and they actually successfully rat, like, 1 in 10 games. What are they doing with the gear they collected? Are they just hoarding it? Do they just let it sit in their stash and rot? Like, I don't even know, like, what the point is. Why are there 18... Oh, it's because it's continuous dungeon, right, of course. That guy is, at least I'm assuming that's a continuous dungeon thing. A little early to be dealing with that. Selling it? Selling it for what? For gold? Or do you mean RMT? Because the RMT sellers, I'm pretty sure, are just like farming in PvE mode or something. I don't know if they're cheating in High Roller, like actually cheating and killing people. I'm not sure if those players are the ones that are ratting. Well, regardless of the reason they do it, it is, like, really ruining the game. It is really hurting High Roller. And I wish I knew a solution besides just throw on a gear score limit, but they tried gear score limit before, and I feel like it didn't work because they had a half-ass gear score where you could just bring uniques into your inventory and it would still count for gear score. I don't know like what the solution is, but GG. Dude, poison gas quads are fun. They're so fun, man. Oh man. Hello. It's a good freaking kit, man. Just gonna leave that lantern. That lantern's not even that good. This one's better. The quest for tier out? I think it is, yeah. Although, don't take my word for it, because I don't really do quests, so I couldn't tell you for sure. Artifact Mole is actually better for teams. The apparently the healing effect doesn't work for solos. Someone gave me a Leviathan earlier, that Wormall, but I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to make use of it, because I think it's a trio weapon. Not like 100% sure what I'm going to do with that. Bummer? A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I was debating on what I'm gonna do with that Leviathan that was given to me, because I don't know if it's, like, good in solos. Honestly, I'd almost rather sell the Leviathan and buy 3 more Stinky Sticks. Honestly, I think I would. Stinky Stick is way more fun than Leviathan, I think, just because I don't think the effect works solo. Guy's gear is freaking good, man. His peace necklace is probably the worst piece of his gear. Honestly, the most exciting thing about Wipe is that you're not gonna see rat players for a while, at least. Because everybody's gonna just be playing the game normally. Like, if they rat, like, they're just gonna be ratting people that are gonna be in garbage anyway. So at least Wipe will bring, at least a temporary relievement of them. I'm glad I didn't see any this game, probably because we fought, like, so quick in the corner of the map. Alright, let's take a look. Who's in the game? Oh my god, it's actually a guy that's looting. Alright, 2 naked druids. We got the mid-geared Warmaw Barb. And we have the berry-geared Cleric. I think, Stinky Stick gets countered by Perseverance, I assume, right? I would imagine it would be. See, but I don't mind naked players. Like, I don't mind Squire Druids being in the game if they're actually, like, just playing, like, looting or doing whatever. My issue is not with people that do this. I don't give a shit if you're in HR and you're just playing the game. Yeah, I don't care about that. I care more about people that will follow you for 15 minutes waiting for you to fight, or, you know, or whatever. And if you try to, like, leave, they'll just keep following you. Those are the players that actually make me mad. I don't care about people that loot. I mean, why would I, right? That doesn't affect me at all. Oh, I guess this kind of replaces the barb gear I lost earlier. Not as cool as my action speed build, but it's a really solid build, so can't complain. Wait, did I get goblin stuff back? I mean, anything I get back is good. That whole kit was strong. Oh. Yeah, that's like the worst that I could have gotten. I mean, I'll take it. But yeah, I was hoping I got like anything else back. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. I'll take it. Do you think, would a queue system help at all, you think? Realistically. if you had a queue, do you think that would alter anything? Probably not, right? Because they could just, because they'll still join at the start of your game. It would probably only help for streamers. I don't think it would help for average, like the average player. Because I get rats off stream too. It's not like a stream thing. So really, I don't imagine that would like make a big difference. God, I kind of wish I put a stinky stick on the action speed kit I was running. That's such a missed opportunity. That would have been so funny. I would have loved to have watched a quarterstaff swing at 70% action speed. That would have just been hilarious. What do you need to know? Here, Nader. We already went through the whole Q&A, so I'll send you a link. That's the Google Doc that we went over that goes over all of the important info. Yeah, what is the Leviathan going for right now? So Leviathan is 66k. And then a stinky stick is what? 20? Dude, I'm telling you, I might trade that for I might try to trade that for 3 or 4 stinky sticks. I feel like I would get way more, like, playtime out of it than a artifact that is more for trios. Because the healing effect doesn't work for yourself. I feel like that would actually be more fun. I might do that. I might. We'll see. I mean, at the rate we're going, I can, like, this kit right here, I can just throw a stinky stick on this. I maybe trade out the peace necklace, but all his gear, like, all this gear is really solid. It's more than good enough for an artifact, I would say. Again, minus the necklace is kind of like whatever, but I'm so down bad for the sticks. I know. I can't help it, man. It's just such a good. It's just so fun. I can't help it, man. I'm glad it's not a more popular artifact, honestly. If it was more of a meta artifact, you know, it would be like so much more expensive, and I wouldn't get to use it as much. Yep. What is a Bloodthirst going for? Bloodthirst is why, right? Wait, really? You can't even buy a Bloodthirst? Holy, dude, Bloodthirst must be super meta. It's going for a Death Bloom plus a chest. What is a Death Bloom and a chest going for? There's no death blooms on the market. Am I tripping? There's no way. There was like 1,000,000 of them on the marketplace the other day. There's one? That's crazy. That's insane. Oh, is it because of Arena? Is everybody just buying up all the good artifacts now? Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Oh yeah, I bet pulverizing prayers are expensive too. But that's a pretty good, I would say that's a pretty good arena weapon. No, you're right. It definitely is manipulation for the artifact event. 100%, you're right. Yeah, I mean, I should have known. Yeah, that is true. The amount of raw gold in the economy is pretty hilarious. There really is so much of it. I need to fill up my drink really quick. Let me do that, and then we'll keep going. I'm the only one crazy enough to sell my own Bloodthirst. I did sell my Bloodthirst. I sold it for the religion. I'm too lazy to liquidate my stash because it would take way too long. So I just sold the Bloodthirst instead. Yeah, I sold it straight for the religion. I know. Stupid me, right? Isn't the Red Orc skin meh, though? Oh, it's garbage. Oh, it's absolutely terrible. I hate that skin. I just figured I'd get it since I had the gold. Yeah, I don't like this skin at all. I just figured I'd get it just because. I should have just traded in that skin for 5 more stinky sticks. That would have been more fun. For sure. Why are there 2 slots under my inventory? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, these? Oh, those are unused slots that were going to be used and they never did. Ironmace's greatest shame. Really. Do you know how hype I would be if during self-found I was able to build a stinky stick kit? That would actually be so sick. It'll never happen, but... Action speed build? No, I finally lost my action speed build. I lost it to a, like a very geared druid who I had, like, very low. I ran out of blue pots, and I think that got me killed. Because he blue potted and I didn't, and it was, like, 1 hit difference in the fight. Yeah. Kit probably paid for itself, though. I made a ton of, like, I killed a bunch of people with it, so. Whatever. Yeah, this build is just a generally solid, like, legendary build. We just have, like, good stats, you know. Yeah, we're, what, 192 health, 23 action speed, 52 PDR. Like, just overall very good stats. Is it as fun as 70 action speed? Probably not, but... I already got the video out of it that I wanted. I thought the action speed video was fun. So. I'm just glad I made it before I lost the kit. So I could do, like, the build overview of it. He has a power shrine on. Why is he punching? Oh, is there a rat? Alright. I'm down to not get ratted by another naked rogue. I'm assuming that's why he was punching the air. Power Shrine gives 5 fizz power. Pretty sure it's 15. Pretty damn sure it's 15 fizz power. Am I wrong? Oh shit, there's 2 barbs here? Alright, okay, it's getting a little bit too chaotic for me. Alright, I'm gonna not throw my artifact away for a 3rd or 4th body. 20 fizz power is a shit ton, but I'm pretty sure it's only... I think the power shrine's 15%, I thought. Holy crap, there's so many people in this game! There's like 5 people! There's 2 barbs, a rogue, a druid, and... someone else. Alright, we might need to take a little bit of a breather here. What the fuck? Protheus, don't forget the druids. Druids are everywhere too. Geared druids even. Yeah, bear form druid, it turns out, is super good right now. Yeah, the old druid mains are starting to realize, or have been realizing, how strong druid is. Probably the most popular 3 classes in solo right now. Barb, Rogue, and Druid. Followed by probably Fighter. Wiki says 15. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was 15. Yeah, 15's a lot, man. That's like... I mean, that's 15 strength. That's a ton. You should never willingly fight someone that has a power shrine. You're just asking to get stat checked. Just wait a minute. Fight him later. Yes, protection shrine is 5 PDR, yeah. Alright, I think I've waited long enough. I just didn't want to get third-partied. Hopefully I can fight whoever won those fights. Oh shit, I don't know where they are now. We'll just go back to where the barbs were. Is he low? Yep. Third-party simulator, huh? Why do I prefer solos over duos and trios? Because I like 1v1s, and I think trios is too chaotic. I like duos, but I still prefer solos. Holy shit, there's so many people on this map. What the hell, man? There are so many people. Holy hell. Do I just leave? There's just so many. There's 2 barbs, a cleric, this other dude over here. There's at least 4 or 5 people here. Maybe I should have taken the damn elevator. This is crazy. Oh, and the rogue, of course. They do want my stick. It's the biggest around, I've been told. I think you're right. Yeah, I know how this is gonna go. I'm gonna try to third party, I'm gonna get third party myself, and then I'm gonna be sad because I don't have my stick anymore. I can already see how this one's going. We can be patient. I'll take the 1v1, I just don't want to take 3v1 or the 4v1. Tough spot. Just too many people around. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I would love if they balanced around solos. I'm a solo player, of course I would like them to balance around solos. Yeah, of course. I'm dead, huh? I'm gonna die because of a third party. I can already feel it, dude. I can just see how this game's going. Fuck this shit. I'm out. I am freaking out. This is bullshit. Okay. That's one way to bait a rogue to fight you. No way. Oh my god, no. This is my stick. You can't have it. Mine. Hey, piece of candy. Dude, I just want to loot! Oh my god, bro, just let me loot! Ah. My god, man, there's 5 people in the corner of the map! Oh, holy shit. 2 hits down to 5%? Oh, armor pen skill. I didn't have time to bait out his armor pen. It's reckless attack. Yeah, wherever that skill is, yeah. It's reckless. 50% armor pen. I didn't have time to bait it because I was trying to like loot that shit and leave. I know. I almost lost the stick for 3 measly pieces of purple jewelry. Whatever. We lived. I didn't expect that many people, man. How could I? How could I have possibly expected that? That was insane. What the hell, man? It's like I'm fighting the whole lobby. Thank God for that portal being there. Good thing I pre-opened it. I would have been cooked. Cause I'm definitely dying there. If that portal ain't there, I'm done. I mean, that cleric was behind me. Even if I somehow lived against the barb, I'm still dying. Jesus. Were they in VoIP? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, but I definitely, that was pretty insane. Regardless. It was pretty silly. Yeah, he probably built like headshot damage, armor pen, stuff like that. You're supposed to bait out that skill, but I was at the portal trying to loot, so I didn't get a chance to. That was pretty, like, nutty, though. Oh, the barb that almost killed me, he had fin rings? Oh, he was kitted, yeah. How much is his kit worth? I have no idea. This was actually the kit that I ran with my Bloodthirst, but I sold the Bloodthirst for my religion progress, and then I got this stinky stick instead from, yeah, we got this as a gift. You were the rogue? Were you geared? Because I didn't even get to touch your loot. I'm shocked you WK'd me. You were never winning that fight. You attacked me through Savage Roar. You were never winning that. I would have been shocked if you killed me there. A bit. Yeah. I didn't even get to loot you. Yeah, the other Barb and Cleric came over. Not much I could really do there. So. Yeah. Is what it is. Well, you might get it back, considering I didn't get to loot it. I think a lot of people know Grognak Smash. I feel like I feel like my Barb is... I mean, I have 800 fame, and I've made countless Barb videos. I feel like a lot of people know my Barb's name at this point. I think Grognak Smash is just, like, associated with me, you know? Oh, I got a Discord notification. Anything for Dark and Darker? Nope. Nope, hated. You thought I was Demo? No, I'm pretty sure Demo quit the game. I don't think Demo still exists. So pretty sure he plays like Arc Raiders or some shit on a different YouTube account. Oh, is he on Marathon now? Okay, gotcha. I think he was on Arc Raiders, though. Not anymore. Gotcha, he swapped over. I mean, it's not like I'm keeping up with Demo, so... don't really care what he does, to be honest. Was I friends with him? I mean, I wouldn't call us friends. I talk to him occasionally as, like, streamer to streamer. But that was, like, the extent of it. I truly... like, I feel like there was a decent bit of evidence that he was cheating, but... that whole thing was... I don't know, man. I will tell you that I'm not 100% confident that he wasn't cheating. That's all I really know for sure. I'm not 100% confident either way. Really no way to know for sure. He was on Midnight Walkers. I mean, that game died fast as hell, though. Game was dead super quick. Oh. Considering I'm in the corner of the map over here, I'm actually inclined to agree with you. This is probably a guy from stream. It's more likely than not than it's from. I would agree with that. It's kind of hard to imagine it not being a guy from stream, just considering the location. I mean, that guy was like rushing towards me. Same bar from last game too, I'm pretty sure. Now, if I get killed here in the corner of the map, GG, you know. Literally just GG, because I... Look what I do. I'm like, furthest point of the entire map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy's from stream. It seems very unlikely that he's not, so. At least we killed him. Yeah, I'm pretty hesitant on calling sniper a lot of the time, but you know, like, come on. You know, like, come on. We both know what this is, I would say. You know it, I know it, this guy knows it. It's just too convenient. Really. Yeah, too convenient, I say. Right. The naked druid comes over to the corner of the map while I'm looting. Alright, man. Alright. I'll just pretend like this is legitimate, I guess. I mean, it's possible. He does have a giant, like, line of mobs that are dead, but... Oh, goodness gracious. Anyway. Even if he's not sniping, he's still a damn rat. Either way. Alright. Anyway. Moving on. Have I convinced you of the superiority of the stinky stick yet? Have I convinced you? Shit, man, I might be able to make a stinky stick video. Oh, that would be fun. You guys want a stinky stick PvP video? I do. You got enough PvP yet for one? I feel like I'm getting there. I got a lot of PvP, honestly. It's beneficial. Yes and no. I personally prefer to have organic match experiences. However, I see, like, what you're saying. I do definitely prefer, like, you know, natural fights, though. Dude, this guy is juiced, man. That looks like another stinky stick kit to me. Yeah, it does. We're just farming stinky stick kits for the future stinky stick that we're gonna run when we lose this. I was pretty close to dying there. What was I, like 5% health or something? I know it was super low. Scoob, I'm definitely trading that Leviathan for sticks. I'm definitely doing it for sure. How could I not? For 20k, they're practically giving them away. What is the poison effect? Oh, it's a artifact weapon that creates poison clouds when you hit stuff. Honestly, I think Leviathan's just more of a team weapon. If the healing effect worked for yourself, I might feel differently, but it really feels like Leviathan is better used in like a trio. Oh my god, I have too much stuff. Way too much freaking gear, man. How much is this? Do you mean how much does a stinky stick cost? Stinky sticks are roughly 20k. Right around that number. I feel like I'm basically selling garbage just to just to be able to afford my, like, throwables, pretty much. Honestly, I really should just vendor this stuff. Really a waste of time. Really not much point in putting this up, but I already committed, so I'll just do it. I mean, really, I could vendor this for similar price. If it was earlier wipe, I would definitely want the value from it, but at this point, I feel like it just doesn't really matter. More money than I know what to do with. Go take some. Yeah, I usually don't do gear giveaways until closer towards the end of wipe. To the point where I don't, like, need it for streaming content or anything like that. It's too early for me to give away my stuff. What do you stack to get the most physical power bonus? I mean, you just stack strength and phys power, same as every other class. Or phys power, like, percentage. Hey, Smooth, welcome. Oh, Viking Sword, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I forgot I dropped it. Yeah, because it was a garbage Viking Sword anyway. I traded it for a Bardiche that was worth 7k, so... I'd say that was a good trade. Yeah, good trade, I'd say. I hope we can keep getting good PvP. I would love to make a Stinky Stick video. That'd be fun. Really, I'm almost to the point that I might be able to make it anyway. I think I'm almost, like, I almost have enough PvP, I think. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I got the Orc skin. I traded my Bloodthirst away for it. Honestly, Bloodthirst almost doesn't feel worth using for PvP because it's such a high value artifact from PvE farmers. I almost feel like it's overvalued because of PvE. So, I don't know. I mean, it is strong, don't get me wrong, but... I feel like it's way more expensive than it should be. And you can't use it to free farm the Fire Colossus anymore. Because Iron Will doesn't stop the knockback, so I just gave up on it. I'm not willing to risk a Bloodthirst on a boss. So. At least not in HR. At least if in PvE you can do it for free. No risk, but... Yeah, I don't need to Bloodthirst PvP. I'm chilling. Yeah, we've known the emote's gonna be 10 tiers for the entire season. It hasn't become less ridiculous, but... You get something worth from PvE bosses. Yeah. Yeah, you get troll pelts, spectral fabrics, and you can't get the tier, but you can get the fabrics, which are used for bags, so they're pretty pricey. Yeah, PvE bossing is actually worth it if you want risk-free farming. It's zero risk. I mean, like you can't, even if you die, you get your gear back from the merchant, so. Also, it's PvE, like you're probably not gonna die to the bosses anyway, once you learn how to fight them. Consider next season. Yeah, you could. Depends on how risk-free you want your farming. I personally find that like I wouldn't do that, but that's just because I like the PvP, really. Joey, you can stack bonus, so you can stack all of it. Strength scales up to like 50, so you can really stack a lot. It's pretty hard to reach the soft cap. Even like high-end HR kits rarely are hitting or passing the soft cap. You know, if there's one thing that Ironmace could do for next season that I would love, it would be giving Stinky Stick drop to Cyclops and Troll. Yeah, so next season doesn't have a whole lot, except for maybe some quality of life changes or something. Not like anything too crazy, unless you're a rogue or ranger player, I guess. Which I'm not, so. Some of the quality of life they're doing will be nice, such as reducing the clicks it takes for stuff to happen. But that's like super minor stuff, you know? So it's already been rumored that STF is taking resources away from Dark and Darker to make room for his new projects. Terry apparently said during the Q&A that they're working with limited resources. So, yeah, this is already, like, this has already been talked about. Yeah. Definitely can't say I'm too happy about that. I don't really care about STF's new game. I don't really plan to play it, no matter what it is. I think servers being merged is kind of like the death call of games. Usually when servers start getting merged, it's the beginning of the end. Dungeonborn did it right before the game died. Midnight Walkers started merging too. But it's not just those games. Just those games that I played. Very common thing, I believe. Where'd my sniper Barb go? I guess he quit after I stole his kit. I'm sure he'll be back next game. He's probably building a new kit. You could give Sling another 5 damage and it still wouldn't be busted. Not even close. Dang, man. My last game had 5 people in it, or the game before that did. Where did everybody go? What happened? Everybody's gone. I murdered everybody, I guess. Stuff. Well, I think Nippon is only countered by Iron Will, right? I think that is the only thing in the entire game that stops it. Not too bad, really. Every other class is affected by it. I couldn't find the dev Q&A. I used the summary patch notes that I found on the Reddit page. That's so bad, man. Yeah, I have no idea where the Q&A is. I don't think it exists. Except by other streamers. I don't think Ironmace shared it or saved it or anything. I was kind of hoping that Sling would be something that would be strong enough to, like, actually compete with other range weapons, but that just isn't the case. Kind of goofed up there on that gobby. Sling is recurve 2.0. Well, no, recurve is way better than a Sling is. Not even close. I'd rather have a recurve any day. I'm not saying recurve is like the best bow in the game, but I definitely would rather have a recurve. I have no idea. This lobby is dead. I don't know where anybody went, but I guess we'll just reset. We went from a full lobby of 6 to me. I mean, there are people. I don't know where they are. Ah, here they are. Wait. That druid got flawless by a blue-geared barbarian. That's hilarious. I'm gonna be real. I never would have expected them to be over here, like underneath. No one like usually ever fights down below in that room. Dude, that druid got freaking slapped. Yeah, we're gonna have to agree to disagree, Volgan, because I think the Sling sucks still. I would rather use a recurve. shoots way, way more consistent shots, which is a very big deal, I would say. I just don't think the sling is very good. Honestly, I would rather have a lantern secondary to move faster than have a sling. I would rather gain an extra 2 points of movement speed or 3 with a lantern in my secondary that's empty-handed than have that, honestly. I promise you the sling is not going to become used unless it gets buffed. I promise. You can almost out-heal the sling. Just about. If you just use bandages and red pots, I don't think the sling can actually kill you. The only use of sling that I have found is to break blue pots before a melee fight. That's pretty much the only time I've used them and had like any like real utility. But honestly, cleric has no range, so I kind of prefer having the lantern just to like move faster. Because two movement speed points is kind of big. That's the equivalent of like 6 agility. Kind of a lot. Considering it's free stats, that is. And actually, for a legendary lantern, it's more like 9 agility. Which is kind of nuts. I mean, I don't want sling to be literally broken. Like, I don't want them to buff it to the point where it's oppressive or anything. But I would like them to buff it to the point where it starts seeing play, at the very least. You know what I don't understand is why does Wizard get a crossbow, which is clearly far superior? Oh, he has a power shrine up. I do not want to fight him during a power shrine. Yeah, I'm not fighting him until that shrine is gone. That's 15% extra damage. That's too much. I didn't want to fight him, but I had nowhere to go. I think the shrine was still up, too. Fine, got it. Oh my god, it's the same guy. Dude, that's the barb that I said was sniping me earlier. That's the same guy. And he's back in gear. Okay. Remember I said he'd be back next game because he was re-kidding to come fight me again? I told you. I freaking told you. I knew he was coming back. Freaking knew it. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Hey, you know what? He's donating usable barbarian kits, so at this point, honestly, man, I'm fine with it. If he wants to keep W-keying me and dying, that's fine. I'm pretty damn sure he's sniping, but... hey, it's fine. I do find it really funny that he was back the very next game. I knew his ass would be back. I knew it. I figured he was just re-kidding. He's got me low twice, but low don't cut it, man. Low does not cut it. Does that count as getting donation, like gear donations from chat? Luckily, he's using a Bardiche. Yeah, I don't know why he's using Bardiche. If he was using a Wormhole or something, honestly, he might have killed me. I don't... I think Bardiche is a little underrated compared to Wormhole because it doesn't have the armor pen. Like, truly, I would rather have armor pen than have, like, the Bardiche. It sells well, though, so of course I'll pick it up, but... Well, I don't know if you saw the dev Q&A, Zell, but Ironmace called out the Bardiche specifically for doing too much damage. So a Bardiche nerf is probably on the way. So. Pretty soon it's gonna be, like, actually, it might actually become not great compared to other weapons. Unless all of them get nerfed. If every two-hander gets nerfed, then, well, you know, might just go to one-handers again. I will say, two-handers have really outshined one-handers this season for the most part. Like, for Barbarian specifically, I don't even... Like, I did make the hatchet build work a little bit, but realistically, I'd rather always just run a two-hander than... Like, I'm not gonna run, like, horseman axe or something, you know. Yeah, club and horseman have fallen off like super heavy. I would love to have those weapons be usable again. Did you grind for bandage? Well, they're buffing the points you get to demigod soon, so yeah, I would just do it. Oh no, I think halberd is super good. I think halberd's one of the best melee weapons. Better than Bardiche, personally. Yeah, there was a period where two-handers were kind of bad, but yeah, not right now, it's not. I wonder how many times I'd have to kill this guy to profit, like, to pay for my entire gear set. At this point, since I've now killed him twice, at least, yeah, I think I killed him twice. I do wonder if I'm in profit realm against him alone. It's getting pretty close. I might be, because Stinky Stick's not that expensive. His Bardiche alone was, like, the last Bardiche that I sold was, like, 8k. So. Another 2k Bardiche as well. No, it's more than 2k. It's got 55 damage. This one's not selling, though. I'll just do 2k. Hey, Boom. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, so we're not getting a new class next season. Monk has been delayed till at least season 11, I think they said. The only thing that we're getting next season seems to be Rogue and Ranger perks and skills. Rogue Invis might get gutted at some point, and they're giving Rogue wall climbing and shadow step. And then Ranger's gonna get some kind of like magical arrow that does magic damage, and something that makes them do more damage the longer they hold their bow. Something like that. Honestly, I would rather Rogue have Shadow Step than have Invis. Like, if I had to choose between the two, I would rather Rogue have an active use skill that allows them to, like, play more in combat than that. You know? I'd be happy with that, personally. Well, Ironmace said during the Q&A that apparently they already know that Rogue and Ranger is going to be broken, so yeah, we're already looking forward to that. I don't like Felling Axe. Felling Axe is probably one of my least favorite weapons. It's, the range is way too short for me, personally. I don't like the range. The damage is nice, but I think the other two-handers are better. Yeah, because Shadow Step is supposed to be a skill that will allow you to do like a mini teleport or whatever it's going to be. Or teleport dash, whatever it ends up being. I would rather Rogue have, you know, that mobility. You know, honestly, they really should do something with Tumble too. Tumble is like a cool idea, but I feel like it's just not very good in practice. Yeah, honestly, I would rather Bard get a rework. Honestly, you know what? I kind of wish it wasn't Ranger and Rogue getting an update at the same time. Honestly, I kind of wish it was like Rogue and Warlock or Rogue and Bard or something. Because I feel like it's two physical classes. I kind of would have preferred if they updated like a magic class and a physical class, because I don't like Rogue or Ranger. I don't like really either of those classes, so I really would have preferred if they had just, you know, if it had been maybe a little bit of variety there. Like Wizard and Rogue would have been nice or something. My biggest worry about Dark and Darker right now, by far, is Terry saying during the Q&A that they're working on limited resources, which makes me think that SDF is taking resources away from Dark and Darker to work on his new game that most of us are not going to care about. So all it's doing is hurting the game that we enjoy playing. That's my biggest fear. Like, SDF went from stepping down from making the lead decisions of Dark and Darker, and the game was, like, going very well, like, with updates. But if SDF is taking resources from Dark and Darker, he is back to hurting the game again. Like, it's really annoying. It's really, really obnoxious. It would take a hell of an update for me to enjoy playing Rogue or Ranger, but I guess we'll wait and see. Oh, that's definitely true. Yeah, the amount of money they're generating from Dark and Darker is clearly not going to be as much as it used to be. I mean, considering the player base has dropped by 90%, you can just look at the like stat numbers to see that, yeah, it's pretty obvious that that's happening. Not surprising at all. Honestly, after hearing that SDF is practically self-sabotaging Dark and Darker with this new game, it is doubled down on me wanting to see a competitor game come out and be able to be a good alternative to Dark and Darker, because I am very worried that Dark and Darker is not going to be able to flourish if SDF is doing that. Like, so remember, Ironmace promised that next season they were going to do a bunch of advertising. This was promised earlier in the season. So I gotta ask, I gotta wonder, how are they gonna be able to afford marketing if SDF is taking all this money for this new project? Like, is it even gonna happen? Are they still going to market? Because if next season the player base doesn't start increasing, like Ironmace was already under the impression or was saying that they would be able to increase player pop because of advertising, and I just don't know if they're like did that go out the window? I don't know. I really don't know. Makes me wonder. Makes me freaking wonder, man. I was afraid from day one of SDF announcing this new game that Dark and Dark will be put on some kind of maintenance mode because of that. Yeah, I was worried about this. I mean, I guess for weeks, however long it's been. Naquan needs to fix its PvP. Naquan's PvP was pretty ass. That was like its biggest downfall. The PvE was fun and the gameplay was fun. Mistfall was I enjoy Mistfall a lot, but it got delayed, so waiting for that, I guess. I've been asking for a tutorial for this game forever, and at this point, I don't think it's ever gonna happen. They won't release 1.0 without a tutorial? 1.0 is in... You mean Dark and Darker getting out of early access? Because... Is that even gonna happen? Do you think Dab will ever leave EA? Because... I'm not really sure. That bard is probably dead. No, this game definitely used a tutorial, I would say. That bard is dead, right? Surely that bard is dead. If that cleric let that bard live, that is just honestly a shame. I am sitting here wondering. I don't see the bard's body. I don't even understand how the bard could have lived. He had to run through the cleric. That seems impossible. How did that, how? I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I don't even see how this is possible. How did that bard live? Unless he died and I just don't see his body. Weird. Bard could have been on the board and fell. I checked. I didn't see it, though. This guy's trying so hard to make this sling work, and I don't think he's hit a single shot. He's trying, though. Oh, that guy's action speed is crazy. Wait. Whoa, that's actually really good action speed. That's a geared cleric. Did you see that? That's gotta be at least 40%. It has to be. Oh my god, that's fast. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeesh. Wow. Wait, how is he alive? Yeah, there's no reason this bard should be alive. It makes no sense. Like, there's no way. There's no way he should be alive. That cleric had to have let him live. Because that's, like, absurd. Are they? I think they're Are they teaming? I think they're teaming, man. They definitely are teaming, for sure. This is, like, super sus. It's, like, really, really suspicious. Yeah, I'm like very, very sure they're teaming. I'm waiting here to close the door on the cleric to try to kill him. Maybe they started fighting? If they're not teaming, I am shocked, because it really felt like they were. Am I tripping? I don't really know. I'm just gonna sit here and wait. I don't really know what else to do. I don't want to get 2v1, so. I'm telling you, if that cleric pushes into here and I shut this door on him, I can probably kill him. That cleric definitely has minimum 40% action speed. It might even be 50. You can tell. It's very, very fast. I just don't know. Did they really fight? Maybe. I'm just gonna leave. This game is definitely, like, cursed. And there's a rat rogue just sitting there waiting to do something there, too. Yeah, this game is just, this game is done. Cursed. I don't know whatever happened to that cleric and the bard, but I just don't see how that bard is ever surviving after that initial encounter. All right, there's 2 rat rogues. Typical HR. This bard. Wait, is this Glock? Well, shit, maybe he wasn't teaming. I don't think Glock would team in solos. Maybe it wasn't. But where did the cleric go? It gets so weird. I just don't understand. Maybe the cleric was trying to team with the bard and the bard just wouldn't do it. Because yeah, if this is Glock, Glock would not team in solos. Shame I didn't get to finish fighting him though. Honestly, if that cleric hadn't came over on the initial engagement, I think I could have killed him. Cleric dead, rogue had some of the cleric shit. Did he? I didn't see the cleric stuff. I saw a spear. And the bard had barbarian gear. Yeah, if those guys were truly teaming, they would have just came over and wrecked me. Yeah, it's kind of a shame. I really feel like I could have killed that bard. If it wasn't for the cleric interfering there. It's a shame, man. I think I played that like I'm supposed to, though. That was... It was way too suspicious, man. Way too suspicious for me. I do think you're right. Glock is playing Marathon. Oh, so it's not Glock. It's just the guy that's got Glock in his name. Okay. Cleric? Well, like, maybe the cleric left the game. Yeah, maybe he dipped out. Yeah, it's possible. Dang. I will say, Warmaul Cleric running that much action speed probably kills me. I think generally speaking, Speed Cleric is usually a bad matchup for Barb, but with that much action speed on a Warmaul, it's gotta be a pretty hard fight, I gotta imagine. That sling was super memey. I think he hit me 1 time out of like 10. He was trying so hard. Well, yeah, that's the issue, right? If Cleric comes over and he happens to get the Smite DP on, I'm definitely dead. You wish there was a way to mark a player to be reported while you're still alive, then complete the report after you're done. Well, I'm not sure if that's even possible. How would you even do that? I don't think that's... I don't think that can even possibly be a thing. Hey, Kraz, I'm glad you liked the beginner videos. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Normal action, speed, faithfulness. He only has to hit me once. You mean hit me once to space me out, Zell? Yeah, I can see that being pretty good. I considered playing Warmaul Cleric. Holy shit, is that a stinky stick? No way. Oh my god, is that a stinky stick? Holy shit, it is a stinky stick. Oh my god. What? Stinky stick for a stinky stick. No way. Holy shit, this is for all the marbles. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh my god, I did it! Oh my god! Oh god. Oh god. Heal, 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 heal. Of course, it's like my absolute hard counter, too. I think I just dip with this. Longsword is like my hard counter. I don't think I can fight that. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, there's so many people, though. Yeah, I think we take the stinky stick and we yep. Oh god, the Death Beetle drive-by. The broken ass Death Beetle move. Shit is broken. Wait, I should take a red. That's what I should do. Probably, right? Red has to be the play. Oh, we did it! We got away from the stinky longsword fighter that hard counters me. Oh, yes. Yes. I would have loved to have looted his whole kit, but I'm happy. Success! Oh my god, the stinky stick video is coming! I can't believe I won that, man. I feel like he hit me more than I hit him. Ah, man, I wish I could have looted the whole kit, but I can't be sad about that though. That's 20,000. We just made like 25K. Just like that. Is Stick the worst artifact in the game? Alright, Bruno, you're banned. You're banned for sure after that comment, buddy. How dare you. Smack talk, my beloved Stinky Stick. Yes, it is the cheapest artifact in the game. Yeah, it is. It is. Technically, Dryad's Wrath is more expensive than Stinky Stick, though. You know, I was just wondering, like 20 minutes ago, when is the longsword fighter gonna come and hard counter me? I was wondering. I kind of wish I didn't aggro that monster, to be honest. I don't really want to kill this, but I think I have to. Maybe Stinky Stick will help me kill it. Last time I killed this thing, it gave me 3 gold coins or something. Haven't killed one since. This is like the worst place to fight this, but okay, it's done. Oh my god! It's an invis pot that's purple. Holy shit, that's the first one I've ever seen this. What the? What the? Wait, that's actually insane. Those don't even exist. I've never even seen one this way. What? Dude, that might actually be worth some money. No, I'm not even joking. That might be worth some serious money. What the? I mean, I cannot express to you how rare these things are. By the way, I'm just chilling, waiting for the portal. There's nothing to do down here anyway. Can't believe I got that potion, though. That was kind of cool. I'm very interested to see the total price of it. I'll take a look after this game. There's none on the market? I bet there's not. You think I can get 5K for it? I gotta find the right buyer. Who wants to buy my purple invis pot? One of a kind. One of a kind. Blues are 4K? Oh shit, okay. Well, worth more than 5 at that rate. You gotta get a stack of 3 of them? That's a pretty tall task, don't you think? Straight up, 23 seconds of invisibility is insane. That's the equivalent of 3 rogue hides. 3 of them. That is really good. What do you guys think they need to do to get people to come down here? Because every time I come down to Goblin Caves Hell, it is just dead as hell down. There's just no one ever down here. More loot? Well, that's a good start. Make it similar to the water map with loot. Dude, if you made this map water map loot, oh my god, there would probably be a lot of people down here. Yeah, that's a good way. I mean, that's one way to do it. If anything, this map should have better loot than water map because water map is floor 1 and this is floor 2. Based on, like, game logic. Man, it would be so cool if they added the ability to break down workshop or break down items like a workshop can, but in dungeon. Imagine if I could turn all of this garbage into scrap to craft my own gear. That would be so sick. I would be shocked if anyone was down here with me. Yeah, no, that's it. I mean, I'm telling you, man. Every time I come down here, it's dead as hell. There might be one singular guy looting, maybe, but it's almost always dead. Like, they need to update this map. It's just such a failure for considering it was supposed to be like the big thing of the season, and it's just so bad. It sucks. Sucks at that. I wish that wasn't the case, honestly. Man, I cannot believe I walked out of... I cannot believe I got a stinky stick. That's so crazy. Wait. Did I just get an achievement to loot an artifact for the first time? Have I never found a looted artifact? Is that true? It's probably true. I'm trying to think. Have I found one before? That probably is true. That's so funny. I am glad I picked up his jewelry at least. This is good jewelry. Yeah, that's what happens when you're a PvP player, I suppose. No time for looting artifacts. Alright. Let's see what I can do with this potion. Oh my god, it is the only one available on the market. There's none like it. There's a blue one for 4K. Let's be real here. This is more of like a show-off potion. But it's just cool to have it. That's really it. Really. Alright, honestly, fellas, I think that might be a good game to end on. I'm pretty happy. I mean, walking out of, like, doubling our stinky stick count, I'm pretty happy about that. I wish I could have grabbed his gear, so I could have just kind of added it to the pile and used it, but whatever. I mean, the stinky stick was the most valuable thing, so. Where did I pull a stinky stick? From the cold, dead hands of the barbarian I just killed. It deserves its own stash tab? That's true, honestly. This is probably the only purple potion in the entire game, and I own it. Who wants it? Gold coin chest. There you go. That's a good price. I'm sure someone will buy it. Yeah, I'm sure. It'll be our it'll just be our trophy for the wipe. Our trophy item. Alright, fellas. Thank you all for watching the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed the gameplay. I will probably be able to make a stinky stick video. I don't know when it'll be out, but I will work on that since we definitely got enough PvP for Stinky Stick, 100%. So that'll be fun. I'll look forward to that sometime soon-ish. If you're on YouTube, don't mind liking the video before you go. Appreciate it. Helps the VOD, so thanks in advance. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow, and see you guys later. All right. I'll probably be gone over the weekend, so have a good weekend, fellas. See ya.